I'm now calling this May 8th, 2024 meeting of the Central City Schools Board of Education to order. We will now be taking public comment on closed session agenda items. But before that, I did want to mention that in accordance with AB 2249 and Board Bylaw 9320, Trustee McNally will be participating via teleconferencing due to the just cause provisions of those policies. This means that public comment will be allowed via Zoom at this meeting. And we will now be doing the public comment on the closed session agenda, which are items B1, public employee appointment and employment, B2, public employee performance evaluation, B3, public employee discipline, dismissal and release, B4, conference with labor negotiator, B5, conference with legal counsel, non-existing litigation, and B6, student expulsions. Do we have any blue cards for comment?
President Medina, there's no blue cards or public comment.
And there's nobody on Zoom, so we will now recess to closed session. We will now reconvene the May 8th, 2024 meeting of the Central City Schools Board. If I could have everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our territorial land acknowledgement. Now I'd like to invite Ruben Crowfeather to lead us in our territorial land acknowledgement.
Aumita kepi, chante washte nape chuzapalo. Ruben kanki wiaka ima chapalo. Ian waslaha imataha wana Santa Rosa elwati dayan wachianke. My relatives, I greet you with a heartfelt handshake. It's good to see you again. My name is Ruben Crowfeather. I'm from the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, and I live here in Santa Rosa with my wife and my 3 children. I'm the proud father of an 8th grade student at Santa Rosa Middle School. And I have the honor and the privilege this evening to share with you a land acknowledgement. The Sonoma County Office of Education acknowledges that Sonoma County schools sit on the unceded, traditional, ancestral, and contemporary homelands of the federally recognized Cloverdale Rancheria of Pomo Indians, Federated Indians of Grayton Rancheria, Kashaya Band of the Stewart Points Rancheria, Lytton Band of Pomo Indians, and Dry Creek Rancheria of Pomo Indians, as well as Miwok and Wapo tribes that are not currently federally recognized. Often, these lands were taken via genocide and forced removal. We recognize the repeated violations of sovereignty, territory, and water perpetuated by colonizers who uprooted the original inhabitants of this land. As a part of Sonoma County's Office of Education mission of preparing students for a diverse, dynamic, and interdependent future, we acknowledge this history while recognizing this acknowledgement does not undo harm that continues to be done against Indigenous people and their homelands. Sonoma County Office of Education commits to pursuing and improving our relationship with Indigenous communities as we work to address this legacy of violations. I come from the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, and one of our most famous chief spiritual leaders of all time, Tatanka Iotaka, Sitting Bull. Many of you heard of him, read about him, seen movies of him. He was a great, great spiritual leader amongst our people. And I'm going to leave you with this quote of one of my favorite quotes of Grandpa. Let's put our minds together and see what kind of life that we can create for our children. You know, we are here, the little sacred ones that depend upon us, the parents, the administrations, all the schools, all the facilitators. So I thank you all on behalf of all the children for your continued efforts to provide the best in education for our youth. So to the board, I thank you for this opportunity. Oh, hecha to a low. Thank you.
Thank you. You may all now be seated. Before we continue, I did want to mention that in accordance with AB 2249 and our board bylaw 9320, Trustee McNally will be participating via teleconference due to the just cause provisions of those policies. This means that public comment will also be allowed via Zoom for this meeting. We will now move on to item C3, reports of actions taken in closed session. Let's see. During closed session, the board took action on under B3, public employee dismissal and release on resolutions 2023/24-69, 23/24-70, 23/24-71, 23/24-72, 23/24-73, 23/24-74, 23/24-75, 23/24/76, and 23/74-77, and 23/24-78. Unanimously approved the passage of those resolutions. Moving on to items considered in closed session for action in open session. We will take action on items under B6 as student expulsions. Board, could I entertain an action on case number 23/24-16?
I move to approve case number 2023/24-16.
Second the recommendation.
Moved and seconded. Let's go to the vote.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri. Aye. President Medina.
Aye. Now could we have a motion on case number 2023/24-22?
I move to approve case number 2023/24-22.
I'll second the recommendation.
Moved by Trustee Flores, seconded by Trustee Sheffield. Let's go to the vote.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri. Aye. President Medina.
Aye. Now item C5, statements of abstention. Board, are there any statements of abstention? Seeing none, we'll move on to C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board, any adjustments to the agenda?
President Medina, I'd like to pull item G7.
G7. Any others? Okay. Seeing none, any objections to pulling that item? None? Okay. At this point, I'll ask if anybody in the public needs to comment on any of the consent items, that being the G consent items. Please raise your hand. And somebody raise your hand? No? Anybody on Zoom?
If there are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on the consent agenda, please raise your hand and we'll make note of your name and call you later when we get to that item. Please raise your hand at this time if you'd like to comment on the consent agenda. President Medina, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will now move on to the best part of our meeting, our special presentations. Let us begin today with James Monroe Elementary.
All right, my friend, you ready?
All right, let's see. Can you guys hear me?
Wonderful. Oh, wow. Don't be nervous. We got this. I have to say, I think the adults that are here with me are a little more nervous than my student. One of them asked if they could come sit so they could have some company. Yeah. Thank you guys for having us tonight. I'm Catherine Storrell, proud principal at Monroe Elementary School. It is so exciting to be able to honor 3 of our proud Griffins tonight. We're going to start with our Student of the Month for the Santa Rosa School Board, who for us is actually our Student of the Year. So I will read a little bit of a brag sheet about my friend Beverly S. Ramayo. It is our distinct pleasure to announce Beverly S. Ramayo as the Santa Rosa City Schools Student of the Month and the James Monroe Student of the Year. Beverly has been a student at Monroe since kindergarten and is a natural leader on our campus. Beverly's 6th grade teacher shared that she is a leader in our school and in class. She consistently follows school rules. She's on our Monroe Student Council and is a star player on our student basketball team. Beverly has a positive attitude and is a good advocate for students when she notices they have a need. Her 5th grade teacher, who I learned tonight is also her kinder and 1st grade teacher. So Beverly was kind of a favorite, right? Her kinder, 1st, and 5th grade teacher shared that Beverly is an amazing student. She brings great conversation to the classroom. She works hard on all of her assignments. Beverly is a very smart and clever student who can do anything she sets her mind to. She makes friends with everyone. She's a very genuine person, and she has been that way since the very first day of kindergarten. When asked what she likes most about school, Beverly shared the following. I personally like coming to school. I like learning about history, ancient Egypt. I find that interesting. I find writing essays really interesting. True. She actually said that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I like the way teachers teach, especially my teacher. She explains things really well, and I don't get confused in any subject because I understand what she is teaching. Beverly shared that after graduation from high school, she plans to attend a college where she can pick her career. She would like to be an artist and would like to spend time teaching people about art and selling art, as that is what really interests her. Beverly currently paints with acrylics and sketches. She says that sometimes she does oil paint, but not that often. She feels that she's better at drawing eyes than noses and shared that she's working on that. She also shared that she is really good at shading. So I asked her to bring us some samples of her work to school. I can't wait to see that. So congratulations, Beverly. You are truly deserving of this award, and we are so proud to get to honor you tonight. All right, and these guys are going to come take photos. Ready? Yeah. You got this, lady. All right, my friend. Are you ready? No. She's a little nervous. I better not read you Beverly's, right? Okay.
You can, it was pretty good.
It was pretty good, right? All right. Let's see. What do I have to say about you? Oh my gosh. There's so much to say about our next Griffin that I had to make the font smaller. I'll try to read fast. I am so glad that you're sitting here tonight. She told me that she was so nervous. She wasn't sure if she was going to make it out of her chair and be able to come sit with us. We'll fan you while you sit. This is an amazing classified employee of the month for San Jose City Schools and of the year for James Monroe Elementary School. This is Colette Howell, and she is a behavioral assistant who works with many students at our school site. So I'll just read a little bit about Colette. Here we go. It is James Monroe Elementary School's distinct pleasure to honor Colette Howell as the Santa Rosa City Schools Classified Employee of the Month and the Monroe School Classified Employee of the Year. Ms. Howell is an extremely talented behavioral assistant who offers the highest quality of enhanced adult staffing support to students at our schools. It's kind of a mouthful. Through this work, she has supported students and staff in a way that has created a more adept and functional behavioral support team at our site. Ms. Howell has been supporting San Jose City Schools students for the past 6 years, 5 years as a behavioral assistant, and 1 year as an instructional aide. While to many of us, Ms. Howell's methods seem like magic, she is very thoughtful and reflective in her work. She spends countless hours observing and documenting student behaviors, followed by even more hours spent analyzing and discussing data to determine the function of those students' behaviors so that we can ultimately implement the most appropriate and high-level supports possible for our students. Her colleagues at Monroe share the following. Colette is amazing. She has taken on a lot since arriving here at Monroe. She helps with more than just her assigned students. She is there for students who need a little extra support. And another staff member said, Colette has helped so many students. I think there's 5 O's in that. She has helped to calm student behavior in the primary grades with her strategies, understanding, and demeanor. Ms. Colette has supported our students and staff in a way that has created a stronger behavioral support system. The students love her, and I appreciate her so much. Also, she has the coolest fidgets. She actually has a 3D printer and will print fidgets that she thinks the specific student will respond to the most. Colette has been an amazing aide here at JMES. She has worked a lot in my classroom. This is from one of our teachers, and has played an enormous role in helping to create a safe space for my students. She has not only provided this for me, but has done so for many other teachers on and off our site. She pays very close attention to detail and works closely with staff and students to help get students on a path of success. Colette has the best personality and works her magic with students. She is positive, personable, and caring. Colette has been essential to our students' well-being and safety. Colette has been a great help to our students that need extra support. She's able to make strong connections with them. And finally, a colleague shared, Colette is amazing. She always treats students with respect and kindness. Ms. Howell is truly an asset to the Monroe community, and we are grateful that she has chosen to work at our site. Thank you for all you do. Congratulations. You guys, all her support team. All right, this is our final moment to honor a member of our Monroe staff and our community. This is, I feel honored to get to do this week because this is our certificated appreciation week, right? This is the week that we are honoring our certificated employees. So We start all of our staff meetings with shout out and appreciations. I'd love to give a shout out and an appreciation to all of our teachers and our classified employees here at this board meeting. Thank you, guys. And those of you listening at home, we definitely appreciate all of you. And this incredible employee is Miss Jamie Mariscal. She is a speech pathologist here in San Jose City Schools, and we share her with another school site. And I should tell you that every year when we do this, we ask our staff to share those employees who stand out to them. And all of the people that you have seen me honor tonight were selected by our staff, and Miss Mariscal very quickly rose to the top of everyone's list. All right, are you ready? Okay, here we go. It is James Monroe Elementary School's absolute pleasure to recognize Jamie Mariscal as the Santa Rosa City Schools Certificated Employee of the Month and the Monroe Schools Certificated Employee of the Year. Jamie Mariscal has been the speech pathologist at Monroe for the past 5 years and shares her time with Burbank Elementary. In her time with Santa Rosa City Schools, Ms. Mariscal has served literally hundreds of students with a variety of needs. Ms. Mariscal is a valuable member of our special education team. She is extremely kind and considerate to all of our students and their families. She is a team player who regularly goes above and beyond to serve our community. She is collaborative, has served on our Tier 2 team. Her colleagues have so many kind things to say. They share that Jamie Mariscal is awesome. She is very thorough and responds quickly to any inquiries or speech concerns. She communicates her ideas well and is very thoughtful in her responses. We are so lucky to have her. They share she is an excellent speech therapist. She is both clear and concise with parents. She works so well with students and really makes a difference with their abilities. She also runs IEP meetings smoothly and efficiently. That came from a teacher. They love her IEP meetings. She's amazing. Jamie is extremely efficient in meeting the minutes of all of her students. She is kind and compassionate. One of our staff members said that I chose Jamie Mariscal because she is amazing. She makes sure every student gets what they need. If you have a worry or concern for a student, she will take the time to observe them for you. If you ask for advice about a student, she will help you in any way that she can. Jamie Mariscal always responds to teacher questions. She works well with the students and communicates well with teachers and parents. Ms. Mariscal is a very talented speech pathologist and is a consummate professional. It is my distinct honor to recognize you tonight. You are truly a master of your craft. Thank you. Okay, pictures? And we'll have your hand.
Thank you and congratulations to you all. We will now move on to Montgomery High School. Or yeah. Wait, you have another one, right? Oh yeah. No, okay. Montgomery High School.
Okay, those two then take photo. Okay.
Go first or you go next?
Good evening, President Medina, esteemed board members, Superintendent Trinnell. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. SRCS faculty and staff, parents, Valley community members, and the Montgomery team that's behind me. I extend my sincerest gratitude for allowing us to celebrate the accomplishments of Montgomery High School. As a principal of Montgomery High School, I feel incredibly privileged to address you tonight. Before we delve into our evening's proceedings, I wish to express a heartfelt appreciation to the board and the entire community for their unwavering support. We are resilient at Monty, but we can't do this alone. After March 1st of last year, we are thankful for the support that we received. Ms. Martin will share with you after the board meeting that I actually brought something for each of you. It is a MHS Viking sixth-man basketball jersey to share with you to show our appreciation. And that'll be given to you after the board meeting tonight. So I just want to say thank you. For Director Rao, who's not here, I didn't think she'd want Monty swag, so she has a candy bag. So I wanted to make sure that I thanked all of you for that efforts and support that we received the last year and a half. Tonight I stand not as a solitary presenter. Leadership at Monty transcends the role of the principal alone. While I may bear the ultimate decision-making responsibility and be held accountable for various actions, I do not lead in isolation. Thus, you will hear from each member of our administrative team and a teacher leader. Please bear with us as we have much to share in a brief time. However, before we commence, I would be negligent if I didn't pause to thank Superintendent Trinnell. Superintendent Anna Trinnell emerged as our unwavering North Star in the heart of Montgomery High School's journey. In the aftermath of March 1 incident, she became our shield, absorbing every blow with grace and resilience. Her guidance, support, and unwavering love held us together when we felt shattered. Despite our frustration and many barbs that we threw at her, she listened, showing us the true essence of leadership. Superintendent Trinnell's presence was a beacon of light in our darkest hour. She stood by us when many others had turned away, guiding us with wisdom and compassion. As she prepares to depart, we are grateful for her steadfast leadership. Though she may be leaving us, her legacy as our North Star will forever illuminate our path, for she taught us to endure and thrive even amidst great adversity. The North Star, according to the dictionary, is a powerful symbol of guidance and direction used throughout history by different cultures. It reminds us to stay true to ourselves and follow our path, even in the darkest of times. You, Superintendent Trinnell, are the definition of that North Star. Please accept this plaque and token on the desk in front of you as the inaugural recipient of Montgomery's North Star Award. I do follow the rules sometimes, so I apologize. So now I am going to turn it over to Mr. Davey Dijou, Assistant Principal, so he can introduce our first of two student award winners tonight, because we had a tie and I could not give one without giving it to the other. So we will start with Mr. Dijou and then Mr. Ryan Woodard, who's the recipient this evening.
Good evening. Thank you. It is my great honor to present Ryan Woodard as the Montgomery High School Student of the Year. Ryan is not just a student at Monty who knows everyone and is appreciated for his kindness and his smile. Ryan is a rock star in the making. Ryan was inspired at around 3 years old when he saw his uncle perform with his band. Music became his drive and passion. Music helped him share his voice with the world. Music helped him grow and shine. I had the great privilege of playing music with Ryan and seeing him perform several times, and I experienced the Ryan Woodard rocks feeling. He is fantastic with his voice, with his guitar, his songwriting, and his innate ability to connect with his band and the crowd. But Ryan is more than a rock star. Ryan is a miracle. By some amazing coincidence, my wife has been working in a special education classroom with Miss Taylor at Rosa Elementary School. And the school where Ryan went when he was 5. There, my wife met students on the autism spectrum, as Ryan is, and Miss Taylor would point out similarities with her current students and how Ryan was in kindergarten. Today, Ryan is not just a highly functioning young man with autism. He is an exceptional human and an immensely talented artist. If you've heard Ryan, he doesn't just sing like John Mayer. He has millions of views on YouTube, has a YouTube channel with 12,000 subscribers, and Ryan just released his first original song, For the Better, from his original EP. Ryan also plays the bass guitar, the keyboard, the drums, the ukulele, and the mandolin. When I asked Ryan who were the most important people in his life were, he replied without hesitation, my parents. At Monty, Ryan shared that some of his favorite teachers were Mr. Agathon, Mrs. Warmerdam, Mr. Wicks, and Mr. Haskins. Ryan's talents, excellent performance in school, and music come from hard work and perseverance. Ryan has been taking guitar lessons for years with multiple teachers. Ryan also takes singing lessons, and Ryan has been part and working with the Santa Rosa School of Rock for years as well. For the future, Ryan has told me that he's planning on taking classes at the JC after he tours through several states with his band over the summer. Please follow Ryan on YouTube and look him up on the internet. Ryan Woodard rocks. which includes the schedule of his upcoming performances. So if you want to know what he's playing next, go onto his website, please. Okay, I cannot truly express how honored I am to have had the privilege of giving you this award, Ryan. Thank you for being you. Thank you for your heart of gold. Thank you for all the work that you put into your sharing yourself and the world, for your interactions with everybody. And thank you for how you speak your heart, for your music and your songs. Congratulations on being one of 2 Montgomery High School Student of the Year.
Okay, my name is Mr. Van Tile, and I am one of the avid teachers at Montgomery High School. So part of, sorry.
This is his senior that's graduating this year, so. Let's start.
I'm honored to present Valeria Reyes Oseguera as Montgomery High School Student of the Month and Student of the Year. Valeria Reyes is one of the most influential student leaders on campus. As a 4-year AVID student, she is the unofficial mom of our senior AVID class. As a cheerleader, she was the captain and president of the team and will assist in this going forward next year. As a student body member, she is a significant voice advocating for campus safety. In her official and unofficial positions, she is the liaison between groups and individuals and the facilitator behind the scenes. While rarely seeking the individual stage, she rises to the most impactful occasions for our student body and the community. Valeria's journey over the past 4 years is a testament of her unwavering determination and commitment to personal growth. As an early AVID student, she embraced the ethos and used her individual determination to push herself beyond her comfort zone, becoming a better student and a better human being every day. Besides the obvious objective tallies of Valeria's amazingness, it is really the intangibles that set her apart from her peers. She works hard, she asks questions, she participates, she interacts with everyone around her with grace and humanity, and lifts others with what seems like a sheer force of will. She is often the best adult in the room, while still a high school student. Valeria Reyes is nothing less than excellent, and it's a pleasure to have in class and know as a fellow human being, and hopefully she can come back and work as one of our campus counselors. Congratulations, Valeria, and thank you for being such a positive representative of the Monty student body.
Up next is Devon Jenkins and Mr. John Ortiz, Classified Employee of the Year. One more, scoot over.
One more.
Boss is still. You got it? Yes.
It is an honor to be here tonight to present this award. My name is John Ortiz. I'm the assistant principal at Montgomery High School. And this evening, we are honoring Devon Jenkins as our classified employee of the year tonight. Rather than reading my comments, I thought it would be great to read the comments that Devon's colleagues had to say about him and through their lens. And it's a reflection of what I would say, almost to the T as far as verbiage. It has been a pleasure to work out alongside Devon. I have witnessed him guide students through difficult moments with grace and compassion. He has come into my classroom several times to help facilitate restorative circles. In these circles, he helped my students and me foster community, validate student experiences and feelings, and ensure every student felt seen. One of the most incredible things about Devon is how much he cares for every student on our campus. Students feel safe and respected when they are with him, and he constantly provides guiding love and support to any student or staff member who needs it. We are truly blessed to have Devon on our campus, and he deserves this award. Another colleague had said, "The one thing I often hear from my students regarding Devon is trust. They trust him enough to tell him the truth about what is going on in their lives and home and school. They trust him enough to listen to what he says. They trust him enough that they do it when he has to provide correct feedback for their maladaptive behavior, like telling them to get back to class or stop messing around. The relationships Devon has developed with our students and our staff are based on trust. And there is no one I would rather have helping one of my students through a crisis, a challenging situation, or who is just having a bad day than Devon. Devon's nomination for Classified Employee of the Year is a testament to his exceptional work, particularly in the newly created homeroom classes at Montgomery High School. His collaboration with DJ in facilitating dialogue and fostering understanding among students in my homeroom class has been instrumental in shaping a positive culture at our school. He has also taken the lead in educating staff on de-escalation strategies and relationship building. His sense of humor and quick wit are a constant source of morale boost. Devon's contributions are invaluable, and we are truly fortunate to have him on our team. It is my great privilege and honor to recognize our classified employee of the year, Devon Jenkins.
Last but not least, we have VP Tyler Alborn and Jim LaFrance, Teacher of the Year for Montgomery.
Hello, I'm Tyler Alborn. I'm the Vice Principal of Montgomery High School, and I'm here to present Montgomery High School Certificated Employee of the Year, Jim LaFrance. I've had the good fortune to know Mr. LaFrance for quite some time in a variety of roles. We met first when I was a student at Elsion High School. We became colleagues when I transferred to Montgomery as an administrator a few years ago, and now he's someone I'm proud to call a friend. In a lot of ways, Jim is very much the same person that I met back in high school. He has an endless amount of energy that I'm both jealous of and amazed by. He is extremely generous with his time. Despite being one of the busiest people on campus, he always has time for students and colleagues in need of support. He's always ready to offer words of encouragement, advice, or just have a conversation about the events on campus. He is appreciated and respected by everyone in the Viking community. Here are just some of the things that people had to say about Jim LaFrance. And I did have to trim some of these because they got pretty long, but I got the general ideas intact. I've always been impressed and inspired by how hard he works and his connections with his students. I truly cannot think of a teacher that is more deserving of this award. The man is everywhere. I noticed right away that he was a teacher who is here to make learning interesting and exciting for all of the students. He recognizes other people's strengths and finds ways to uplift and amplify other voices, perspectives, and talents in our community. He goes above and beyond for our ESN students, going to basketball games at Sonoma State that he set up, attending Unified Track, attending the Best Buddies, prom, helping at Special Olympics. Every day I see how he interacts with not only his students, but all students on campus, and it is beyond inspiring. Jim is the first person to help, the first person to offer encouragement. He is an inspiration as a teacher, as an ASB advisor, and a general human being. Over the last few years, Montgomery has begun saying, "This is who we are." We even wear bracelets with the slogan around our wrists. It serves as a reminder that we are not defined by outside opinion, news, reports, and rumors. We are defined by our actions. We are defined by our commitment to each other, to our school, to our students. Nobody embodies this mentality more than Jim LaFrance. He is who we are. Please join me in a large round of applause for Jim LaFrance, Montgomery High School Certificated Employee of the Year. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Congratulations again, and I just wanted to add, I don't really think you've aged in those 30 years, Mr. LaFrance. So we are now going to move on to the school site parent organization reports. And we will go ahead and start with James Monroe. I have Lisbeth Ramirez from the PFO and Silvia Bañuelos, the ELAC representative, scheduled to present.
Hola, miembros de la Junta y Superintendente Turnell. Soy Silvia Bañuelos. Soy miembro de ELAC de la Escuela Monroe y soy representante de DILAC. Tengo un hijo en 4º grado en Monroe y una hija en 7º grado en Comstock. Nuestro comité ELAC se ha reunido 8 veces este año escolar. Hemos discutido una variedad de temas que incluyen responsabilidades de ELAC y los miembros del comité. Celebramos elecciones. Hemos discutido cómo entender los resultados de las pruebas CAS de los estudiantes. También hemos discutido cómo entender los resultados de las pruebas LPAC y los requisitos de reclasificación. Trabajamos para editar y enviar una evaluación integral de necesidades y discutimos las respuestas de los padres. También hemos hecho recomendaciones sobre las mejores maneras de gastar los fondos del Título 1 para apoyar a los estudiantes de inglés. Nuestro ELAC apoya el gasto de fondos del Título 1 en un TOSA y tutoría después de la escuela. Nos gustaría alentar a más personal a participar, convirtiéndose en tutores para que podamos atender a todos los estudiantes que puedan necesitar este apoyo. Quiero abogar porque todos los padres que tienen estudiantes con IEP tengan un profesional bilingüe con conocimientos sobre los IEP para discutir este tema con los padres en futuras reuniones de ELAC, en todos los sitios escolares una vez al año, similar a la presentación en una reunión de ELAC donde explicaron paso a paso el proceso. Esto beneficiaría a muchas familias y estudiantes. Nos gustaría ver que más padres participen en nuestras reuniones de ELAC y en otros grupos de padres en Monroe como PFO. Padres de Monroe, todos son bienvenidos a nuestras reuniones. Gracias por su tiempo.
Gracias.
All right. I will read this in English as well. Sylvia was so brave. Thank you for coming. This was great. Okay. And I'll read the translated version. It's hello, members of the board and Superintendent Trinell. I am Sylvia Banuelos. I'm a member of the Monroe School ELAC, and I am a DLAC representative. I have a son in 4th grade at Monroe and a daughter in 7th grade at Comstock. Our ELAC committee has met 8 times this year. We've discussed a range of topics, including ELAC responsibilities and committee member roles. We held elections. We've discussed how to understand student CASP testing results. We've also discussed how to understand LPAC testing results and reclassification requirements. We worked to edit and send out a comprehensive needs assessment and discussed the parent responses. We've also made recommendations on the best ways to spend Title I funds to support English learners. Our ELAC supports spending title funds on a TOSA and after-school tutoring. We would like to encourage more staff to participate by becoming a tutor so that we can serve all of our students who may need this support. Looking at you guys. I want to advocate for all of the parents who have students with IEPs to have a bilingual professional with knowledge about IEPs discuss this topic with parents at future ELAC meetings at all of the school sites once a year, similar to the presentation at a DLAC meeting where they explain the process step by step. This would benefit many families and students. We would like to see more parents participate in our ELAC meetings and other parent groups at Monroe, such as PFO. Monroe parents, you are all welcome to come to our meetings, and thank you for your time.
Gracias, Silvia. Do we have another parent? No? Lisbeth? No? Okay. Thank you. We will now move on to Montgomery High School. I have, let's see, it's Adrian Juarez on, he was going to be on Zoom from the
Yes,
ELAC.
Yes, Mr. Juarez has joined us, and
And-
our translator Juan will be translating for him.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Juarez, and then we'll move on to the MHS Foundations.
Sí, buenas noches. Presidente Medina, Superintendente Trunel, miembro de la mesa directiva y comunidad y padres de familia. Mi nombre es Adrián Juárez, presidente del comité de ILA de Montgomery. ¿Puedo seguir o van a traducir primero?
You can go ahead and go.
Puedes seguir.
Ok. Vamos a comenzar en esta noche, en nuestra primera reunión del comité de ILAC. Se presentó información de en qué consiste el comité de ILAC, cómo se conforma, dónde tiene que existir un comité de ILAC, cuáles son las posiciones y sus funciones que desempeña cada función, ¿verdad? En las posiciones. Estoy contento y agradezco a todos los padres que estuvieron en las reuniones. Poco a poco fue creciendo este grupo de comité de ILAC, se miró el crecimiento y en esta primera reunión se designó el comité ejecutivo. Estoy contento por ello porque su servidor como presidente del comité, tuvimos también una madre de familia, vicepresidenta, la señora Wendy Velázquez, la cual aprecio mucho su apoyo, que ella nos ayudó cuando uno no estuvo presente en las reuniones por venir también a apoyar a las reuniones de la mesa directiva. Hizo muy buen trabajo. El señor José Dueña, representante de este comité de ILA, de igual manera agradezco su apoyo. Muy buen trabajo que han hecho, y la señora Jenny Pineda, que fue nuestra secretaria en este año escolar por su apoyo, por en los temas, comentarios, y creo que esto nos está ayudando a salir adelante, ¿verdad? De una situación pues muy difícil, ¿verdad? Gracias al señor David, que estuvo presente cada día. Gracias por la paciencia que tuvo con nuestros padres de familia, escucharlos, el apoyo que nos brindó nuestro comité en este año escolar. Gracias al señor David, que estuvo ahí a pie de guerra, ¿verdad? En este comité. A nuestra Family Engagement, a Lisette Cárdenas también, que se tomó el tiempo para hacer las llamadas a nuestros padres de familia, que se tomó el tiempo para mandar un mensaje de texto, un correo electrónico, un panel square. Todo ese apoyo contó mucho, ¿verdad? Para que nuestro comité fuera fluyendo de una manera positiva, ¿verdad? Hasta el momento, y esperemos que así siga fluyendo este comité, ¿verdad? Con más involucración de más padres de familia en el siguiente año escolar, ¿verdad? Tenemos más nuevas ideas que están por venir, ¿verdad? Bueno, vamos a comenzar. Esta noche presentamos algunos de los temas que se han presentado a todos los padres y comunidad que han asistido a nuestras reuniones del comité de ILAC en la escuela Montgomery. Uno de los temas de mucha importancia es y seguirá siendo la seguridad en las escuelas. El comité presentó información sobre la seguridad de la escuela, protocolos a seguir en caso de cierre de escuela, qué hacer y enseñar a nuestros estudiantes en una situación de seguridad. También se presentó información en casos específicos de niños víctimas de bullying e información qué hacer en esa situación. Tuvimos presentación sobre las clases de la A a la G, cuál es el proceso y protocolos a seguir para que nuestros estudiantes asistan a la universidad. Tuvimos información sobre el tema de reclasificación de nuestros estudiantes multilingües, además de información de examen de LPAC y la importancia de aprobar este examen. Como comité, tratamos de proveer a nuestros padres y comunidad la mayor información, como el número de créditos que necesitan nuestros estudiantes para graduarse y asistir a la universidad. También gracias al señor Gustavo Mendoza, que estuvo con nosotros presentando cómo interactuar con nuestros estudiantes como resiliencia emocional. Fue muy grande el apoyo de los padres que asistieron a las reuniones y escuchamos las necesidades que tenemos. Por mencionar algunas, más consejeros bilingües, que se provee tutoría para nuestros estudiantes que tienen mucha dificultad en inglés y matemáticas. Sugirieron actividades como en comunidad, con los padres y convivencia con la escuela. El comité de ILAC apoyó el comité de Mecha y en el futuro seguirá haciéndolo. Se comentó también que hay un plan piloto de traer oficiales a las escuelas. Esto fue información que se presentó en nuestras reuniones. Ya por último, quiero pedir disculpas porque se programaron las reuniones del comité de ILAC el día miércoles y muchas de estas reuniones coincidían con las reuniones de la mesa directiva, ¿verdad? Aquí en Santa Rosa. Estamos trabajando para el siguiente año escolar. A raíz de esto, la directora, la señora Abril Santos, no pudo acompañar nuestras reuniones, pero vamos a trabajar para que trabajemos juntos, en conjunto, con ustedes y un día puedan acompañarnos en nuestra reunión de ILA en la escuela de Montgomery. Vamos a trabajar en las fechas que no coincidan y así trabajar todos juntos, ¿verdad? Pues de antemano, pues muchísimas gracias por todo el apoyo que han dado a la escuela Montgomery, a nuestros estudiantes multilingües y seguiremos trabajando juntos. Ya, muchísimas gracias y lo siento porque no pude estar en persona, ¿verdad? Me hubiera gustado, pero cuestiones de salud, ¿verdad? Bueno, eso es todo por el momento. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, señor Juárez. Y ahora a ver si le traducen.
Yes, first, this is Mr. Adrian Juarez, who is the elect representative for Montgomery High School. Initially, he was just thanking the ELAC, and apparently the last meeting that they had, they were talking about the process of ELAC and what the function of the ELAC meetings were and what the committee does. They were going over different provisions, and apparently it sounds like they elected also new members and new officers in their ELAC committee. He was thanking several people that were there present in their last meeting, and he was just very thankful for all the work and effort that they have done throughout the year, this year, and then they're looking forward to the work that's going to be done next year. He also talked about just future things that they want to do, and they talked about that in their last meeting. And then he started presenting. Tonight, we are presenting some of the topics that have been presented to all of the parents and community who have attended our ELAC meetings at Montgomery High School. One of the very important topics is and will continue to be safety in schools. The committee presented information on school safety protocols to follow the event of a school closure, what to do, and teach our students in a safe situation. Information was also presented on specific cases of children who were victims of bullying and information on what to do in response. We had a presentation on the A through G classes and were informed regarding the process and protocols that are necessary for our students to attend the university. We received information about the classification process for our multilingual students, in addition to information about the LPAC exam and the importance of passing the exam. As a committee, we try to provide our parents and community with as much information as possible, such as the number of credits our students need to graduate and attend college. Thanks to Mr. Gustavo Mendoza, who was with us, presenting how to interact with our students as emotional resilience, the support of the parents who attended the meetings and listened to the needs we have was very great. I also wish to mention that a few more bilingual counselors are providing tutoring for our students who have great difficulty in English and mathematics, and they have suggested community activities with parents and spirit partnership with the school. The ILA committee supported the MECHA committee and will continue to do so in the future. It was also mentioned that there is a pilot program to bring officers to the schools. This was information that was presented to our meetings. Thank you. And he was also just saying that he was very sorry about, apparently this year there was a lot of conflict with they started holding their meetings on Wednesdays, which was conflicting with the board meetings that, like tonight. And so he says that he's gonna try to do the very best next year to try to fix that part, and then also have collaboration with the board and work with the board. And anybody on the board is always welcome to come and attend their meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I will have Libby Dalton and is it Jeannie Harriman from the Montgomery High School Foundation? Jenny, sorry.
For the Montgomery Education Foundation. Between the two of us, we have 7 children. We both have juniors and freshmen who attend Montgomery. We have 7th graders who attend Slater, and I have a 4th grader that we plan to send to Montgomery. We both work in education, so we know the importance of being a part of an organization that supports staff and students. The mission of the MEF is to enrich the learning environment for all students in Montgomery High School.
Every year we put on our crab feed that brings together students, staff, alumni, and our community. Our students are a huge part of the crab feed. They help set up, serve, perform dances and music, and help with cleanup. The success we have at the event is because of our students. This fundraiser provides us with money to support these worthwhile programs. Although the crab feed is our largest fundraiser, we are very lucky to have alumni who have left generous funds to support the missions of MEF. In the last year, we have sent teachers to multiple conferences and professional development to enhance teaching and learning. We provide important school supplies such as flip charts, weighted dumbbells, exercise bands, medicine balls, binders, novels, hot plates, 3D printers, and a flex screen divider to display artwork. Every year, many drama students attend the Linnea High School Theater Festival, and MEF continues to support this and other positive experiences.
We all know high schoolers find themselves needing a snack many times throughout the day. Our wonderful school nurse, Rebecca Sullivan, has put together a snack program that MEF provides support to. This year, we have worked in partnership with our Alumni Foundation to provide our art department with a ceramics display case. This display case provides our visual art program a place to display their work. It is important, more now than ever, to create opportunities for students to showcase the wonderful things that are happening at Montgomery High School.
We continue to partner with alumni on safety concerns. It was brought to our attention that the wrestling team was in great need of safe wrestling mats. The current mats have been used by the sports teams as well as PE and yoga classes, and they are at least 20 years old. Between Montgomery Education Foundation, alumni, and Dean Haskins' work with the Schools Plus, we were able to come up with the $14,000 needed to provide our students' wrestling program with a safe place to practice.
Every year, Project Grad provides a safe place for our graduates to celebrate their accomplishments. The Montgomery Education Foundation supports this mission of safety with a donation every year. This year, we've established 2 scholarships for graduating seniors who have played a role in the betterment of their community. We met this week to determine the recipients and are excited to share the scholarship winners soon. We hope to expand this program in the future.
Our main purpose is to support financially the programs where the budget falls short. However, we are a safe place for our students and parents to voice their concerns, ask questions, and find support. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now we will move on to our reports. Let me get the agenda back up here. First is California School Employees Association 75 report. President Mary Lehman here. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening, President Medina, Governing Board, Superintendent Tranel, Cabinet members, the teachers, staff, and community here, and everyone listening tonight. CSEA represents over 600 classified employees working for Santa Rosa City Schools. Our mission is to improve the lives of our members, students, and the community. With change all around, chaos at times, it is a month of appreciation. Want to congratulations to our students, teachers, and classified employees of the month, especially Colette Howell from James Monroe and Devon Jenkins from Montgomery High School. It is Teacher Appreciation Week, and I would like to present these flowers to Catherine Howell as an appreciation and thank you to all of our teachers from all of the classified staff. We keep the schools running so that you can teach. You're the best. Keep up the great work. Thank you. We congratulate SRCS and support our teachers for standing firm on their 4 pillars of safety: safe schools for all, mental health support, violence prevention, and relevant and engaging schools. And this is a month to recognize many: Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, National School Nurse Day. We have 8 nurses. Are they in the audience? Please stand up if you're in the audience. Month of Better Hearing and Speech. We have 18 speech and language pathologists, and some of them were recognized tonight. Stand up if you're still here. And it's Mental Health Awareness Month, which is a perfect segue to congratulate Montgomery High School on their no cell phone policy being implemented next year. We hope that all our schools join in this mental health movement. The nation and our state is experiencing an educational, cultural change. As we approach the coming years with a budget deficit, declining enrollment, and school safety issues, will it be as simple as a no cell phone policy that saves our up and coming generations? We are concerned about the loss of students in childcare. This year, 150 students have left our childcare program and moved over to the Boys and Girls Club. The district, using ELOP funds to do this and support the Boys and Girls Club, is devastating our childcare program. Over the last 10 months, the childcare program has suffered a monthly loss of $55,000. and a 10-month loss of $556,000. We are concerned about the transfer of our students and our work to this outside program funded by SRCS. Sites are advertising on Parent Square to enroll their students in the Boys and Girls Club and not including our child care program as an option. What is the goal? At our next CSEA member meeting, May 14th, we will be discussing and voting on the proposed Student Safety Advisor job description and the MOU for layoff impacts and effects. We will continue to advocate that certificated or classified supervisory duties should not be transferred to our bargaining unit members. We would like to set the dates for our contract negotiations with the district as soon as we can. And we will continue to work with the district to find more effective and efficient ways to run the school district. With just 20 days of school left before summer, don't forget to sign up for summer school. With courage and compassion, in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lehman. We will now move on to our Santa Rosa Teachers Association report. Catherine Howell.
Switching it up over
here. There you are.
Got to keep you on your toes down there. Thank you. I'm Catherine Howell. Good evening. President Medina, Superintendent Trinell, members of the board. I'm the president of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I represent about 900 teachers. Oh, thank you. About 900 teachers in Santa Rosa. Thank you, Mary, for the flowers. And absolutely, it's Teacher Appreciation Week. I've been visiting schools, and there's a lot of appreciation out there. I could be fed at every school in the district this week, and got in on some sandwiches today at the district office. So yeah, but also, you know, the appreciation out to our nurses. I know Jennifer's still here. Yes, she is. And like Mary was saying, our SLPs, our counselors, our school-based therapists, our school psychologists, all of the people that are every day working for the health of our students physically and mentally, and making sure that teachers themselves also are looking out for our own health and our own mental wellness. And just a huge thank you to every single teacher out there for everything you're doing every single day. I feel like you're doing the hard, heavy lifting, and I'm just going around witnessing the value of all the work. But tonight we also need to recognize the loss of some of our dedicated educators. There's 17 names tonight on the RIF list that this board is being faced with. These educators supported our students. They gave their energy, their commitment, their love to make our schools better for our students. We thank them for everything they've done. And we recognize the loss. We also celebrate the fact that the list has shrunk from 70 to 17. It's a huge, huge movement, but we need to bring forward our concern for these educators as well, who went through this dehumanizing process for the last few months. Since spring break, when they were notified March 15th that they were going to be laid off, their stress, anxiety of this possible layoff, the preliminary RIF, the turmoil of a possible job search, preparing for interviews, going to interviews, and then also for most of them to be told that, oh, they're not laid off, right? The relief and also the anxiety of the whole process at the same time. I know that SRCS didn't do anything wrong. I've been following the process. It was done legally. It was done as well as it could be, I think, but maybe not, right? If we ended up rescinding the RIFs of that 50-some number of people, how do we make sure that we don't put people through that chaos and turmoil again? How do we do it better next time so that we don't end up with 50 people who have spent 2 months of their lives in just absolute disarray? We also need to recognize tonight the educators who are still in the midst of chaos and disarray. These are the people that their positions were cut, but they still are employees of the district. They're waiting for their new positions, and they're facing new jobs and new schools. And so we appreciate tonight everything they are doing right now for our students in their current programs, and we are already feeling the loss of them. Again, timelines, this action has to happen before they can get placed. I'm not judging or questioning that, but I'm just asking us to look at the dehumanization and the stress that has been placed on these people over the past couple of months. So I guess the question I'm going to leave with you is, how are we going to serve our students with fewer staff and fewer supports? How do we make sure our students are learning what they need to and are succeeding? What plans are being made to make sure that programs are prioritized the way they need to be, and that those programs are supported? We all know that our students deserve the best, and the appreciation that I want this week is a promise of a collaborative and collective effort to make sure that our students get what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howe. We will now move on to our superintendent's report.
Thank you. Today marks day 161 for elementary schools and 160 for secondary schools. Only 19 or 20 more days of opportunity to positively support our students this school year. Let's finish this school year as strong as we can. Per our board policy and board bylaw 9150, it is the time of year when we engage in the process of selecting our next student board member for the 2024-2025 school year. I am happy to share that Ome Zuniga will be our next student board member. I want to thank our current student board member, Audrey Rao, who could not be here this evening, and the panel of student leaders who engaged in the process of selecting our next student board member. Student board member Rao will attend her final board meeting on May 22nd, and our future student board member, Zuniga, will take the oath at our June 12th meeting. Congratulations to both of our students for their current and future civic engagement. I want to take a moment to recognize all of our staff this month. We cannot be who we are without you. You are the life force of the heartbeat of our district for our students. Thank you for all you do and more, and we know that it's so much more. So thank all of you so much for everything that you do. Also, on Monday of this week, the Association of California School Administrators, or ACSA, Region 4 Sonoma Charter, presented awards for Administrators of the Year. And we have a few of them in the house, in the room tonight. For Secondary Principal of the Year, April Santos. For Human Resources Administrator of the Year, Dr. Vicki Zanz. Not in the room right now, but Technology Administrator of the Year, Dr. Emmanuel Bardelli. And I don't normally toot my own horn, but for Superintendent of the Year, Miss Anna Trinnell. Thank you. Thank you. It was great fun. Thank you to be amongst so many great leaders. And thank you to all of those who nominated us and to ACSA for recognizing and selecting us. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell, and again, congratulations. Very well deserved. I did, let's see, where do I want to start? First, I'll follow up by just reporting. I did, as Mr. Juarez alluded to, there was a presentation that I did earlier, I think it was last week, with the district English Learner Advisory Committee, where they had a lot of questions about where the pilot program was with the SROs, and so we had a conversation about that. It sounds like some of that information was shared. It sounds like the issues come up at the city council budget hearings yesterday and possibly today. I'm looking forward to learning more about what was discussed there. I think one of the things that I did want to kind of share following up on President Howe's comments is that we do have a lot of like very difficult times ahead of us. We appreciate all the staff. I think I'm glad that everybody's being celebrated, but I don't see really easy decisions up ahead. We were losing staff tonight, a difficult decision for the board, but even on top of that, we're still gonna have to find about another $5 million in cuts that we have to do just to be good for the next year. And looking down the road, the next couple of years ahead of that, over $20 million a year. So all the needs that we have and the lack of resources are gonna lead to some very difficult decisions. And I think that it's important to acknowledge, it's important to recognize that we all need to work together, come together to work for our students and for our school. And while I'm here, I'm glad to collaborate and be a part of that, find solutions that provide us the best options that we have with the minimal resources that we've been given. So I just want to express that commitment to both our classified staff and our certificated staff. With that said, I'll end there and ask board members if anybody has comments. Trustee La Torre.
I want to thank the community again for allowing me to be a part of the community and be a part of special events that we have within our district and throughout our community. I had the honor and pleasure of attending Marie Curie High School's choir event, which was also their senior night, and got to witness some amazing talent on their campus. Went to a CTA brunch and got a lot of information on what CTA is doing with legislation, which is very helpful in the work that we have ahead. And during those opportunities, what continues to rise to the top is that there is not enough love, respect, and resources to let the teachers and staff know really how much we appreciate them. I had a parent reach out to me to let me know that one of our teachers, for the first time in her daughter's life, saw her daughter and assisted her daughter and helped her daughter. And that is one of the greatest gifts that any human can provide, is to see someone for who they are and where they are, and to provide them with an opportunity to feel seen and stand on their own 2 feet and move forward. Working with another individual that the conversation may have been a little difficult, this simple question provided so much joy and the removal of armor by asking somebody what brought them joy. And I just don't think we do that enough. I don't think we talk to each other enough and ask each other what somebody else needs, opposed to trumpeting what we need. And teachers really do that. They look to their students, they look to these children, and they ask, what do they need? And they put themselves in a position to provide those opportunities. So as we continue to talk about mental health and wellness, I want us to ask that question more to each other. What brings you joy? What can I do to get on a level that brings you joy, so we can have these conversations and make light of everything that's in front of us, so that we can do the hard things. We can have the hard conversations. We can work together and unify this community to provide better opportunities for all of our students, all of our staff, and all of our families. So thank you for continuing to allow me to be part of this community and have those opportunities, and really appreciate all of our teachers and staff and everything they've done for this district so far.
Thank you, Trustee La Torre. Any other board member reports? I did also want to ask Superintendent Turnell, do you want to mention what our Seal of Biliteracy ceremony is coming up this week? Like, share When and where and what it's about?
I'd like to invite Dr. Castro or Ms. Llamas to share some information. I know they're in the house. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Medina, for the opportunity. Yes, we will be hosting that tomorrow, and that's going to be our second, right, annual at Santa Rosa High School, if you want to give the details there.
Thank you. Good evening. The celebration begins, the actual celebration tomorrow is from 6 to 8 p.m. We are going, the doors open at 5:30. This is the second year. I just want to express gratitude to Superintendent Trinnell because when she first came to Santa Rosa City Schools, the first question she asked is, how do we celebrate? Do we do a district-wide celebration? So this is the second year that will take place. We have approximately over 400 students that will be, that are either being awarded, over 300 of them are being reclassified district-wide, and over 246, and I apologize for the actual numbers because I don't have them, that are going to be receiving the California. They're considered candidates currently, but they are on track to receive the California State Seal of Biliteracy. So the celebration tomorrow is really honoring our students, that they're bilingual, bicultural, and really honoring all aspects of that and really helping them see all that. We're celebrating the students who are getting the seal, and we're hoping that our reclassified students look up to them in terms of that is what they want to obtain as a graduating senior. So tomorrow, 6 o'clock, Santa Rosa High School Auditorium.
And do we happen to know how many languages the seals that we got?
I do not know. I apologize, but I will definitely send that information because it gets reported to the CDE.
Well, we could show up and find out, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. If there's no more board reports, do we have a safety report?
I have no report tonight, but I will on May 22nd.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to our Schools Plus report. Yeah.
I haven't forgotten how to use these microphones. So thank you. This really isn't a report. It's more about a presentation. I'm here with we are 4 proud products of Santa Rosa City Schools. So thank you for allowing this time to, give you guys a little information about Schools Plus. So I'm here with Brian Kilkenny, class of 90, no, Jeff Cardelia, sorry. They switched bald guys on me. Jeff Cornelia, 92. Jill Peterson, formerly Keegan, class of 95, and Brian Kilkenny, 99. I'm the veteran, I guess, class of 88. Eesh. Anyway, Montgomery, yeah, all Montgomery graduates. So we came on the right night. So just really quickly, this was an organization founded in 1990 when the board was faced with, and it sounds like you guys are, in public education, we're continually faced with difficult board and budget decisions, but the board was looking to cut spring sports, all spring sports, to save money, to meet, the unfortunate cycle of public school funding in California. And a group of parents, Jill's mom was one of those parents. One of our other founders, John Brebieskis, was not only an alumni of Santa Rosa High School, but he's also a retired teacher, SRTA member, a retired English teacher from Santa Rosa High School, got together with a lot of community members, including the Friedmans, to start a telethon. Good old-fashioned cable, Channel 50. Anybody here remember Channel 50 in Santa Rosa? Locally owned cable channel. And that was the birth of something that has been really great and done a lot for kids in Santa Rosa City Schools. So last year, we were able to give $190,000 to the high schools and middle schools. Part of that is a base allocation. Last year, each high school got 9,000, and the middle school's got 6,500, and it left us about $28,000 for the John Bribiescus Memorial Grant. And that's an opportunity for us to just go above and beyond when we see schools who are really in need. And you see this every month when you have parent groups come and talk about this parent group, depending on, their zip code, raised $40,000. And another parent group, works hard and loves their kids just as much as anybody else and raised $3,500. And so we take that into consideration when we do this, because we know we want to give access to all students to things like sports and the arts, because sometimes that's the only connection they get, and that's that hook. And when you hear about Ryan Woodard, the guy really just shreds the guitar. If you haven't seen him, you got to go on YouTube and check him out. Those things like music make a world of difference for kids, as does soccer and volleyball, badminton, right? Your daughter's going to NCS. Badminton. So those kind of things are really the hooks that keep kids in school. And so that's the foundation of why we do what we do. This year, and we were able to give $200,000, $10,000 more to Santa Rosa City Schools. And I'm sure Superintendent Chanel let you guys know that there was a kind of a call to action, this organic call to action, when the article in the paper came out about the Elsie Allen High School marching band uniforms, which I'm excited to be at the Rose Parade to see those in person. It was just interesting. That article came out, and throughout the day I was getting emails from foundational members, people like Doug Bauer, retired Santa Rosa City School CBO, and other people were saying, hey, can't we do something? We must do something. And quickly I texted the operating board, which they're members of, and probably in a 45-minute period, I was able to call Principal Alvera and say, hey man, I got some good news. So that's the kind of work that Schools Plus does. And so on behalf of a lot of people, I imagine if we had every person that had been on the board and put time, energy, and love into Schools Plus, we could fill this place pretty easily. There might be people standing outside. So on behalf of all those people that have come before me, on behalf of John Bribiescus, retired teacher, he was kind of like, I don't want to use the godfather, but he was kind of like the patriarch, I guess, of Schools Plus. I'm proud to be able to present Santa Rosa City Schools with a giant check. I go to Exchange Bank. They don't have a giant check department, so I'm not sure we're going to cash this. But anyway, so Superintendent Chanel, come on up, please.
It takes a village and a lot of those big checks. We need more, but thank you. All right. Do we have a CSBA report tonight? Oh yeah, DLAC. Let's see. Can we call up Mr. Juarez back for a DLAC report?
Yes, Mr. Juarez is online. Ask him to start his video, and I believe Director Yamas is going to translate.
Thank you.
Coming down.
No sé si está hablando Adrián, pero no se escucha nada todavía. Puede presentar, Adrián, sobre DLAC. Adrián, si me escucha, ¿puede levantar la mano? I don't think he can hear us.
Hola, hola, ¿me toca a mí?
Ahora sí, ya se escucha. Puede presentar, Adrián. Otra vez no lo estamos escuchando.
Sí, buenas tardes, ¿sí me escuchan?
Ahora sí.
Sí, ok, porque no escucho nada, ¿verdad? No sé si es la señal. ah, Tal vez lo escucho muy solamente mirando las palabras por medio de los labios, pero no sé si me escuchan.
Ok, ahora es tiempo de su
Ok,
presentación.
bueno, espero que me escuchen. Buenas tardes, presidente Medina, de nuevo. Superintendente Trunel, miembro de la mesa directiva y comunidad. Mi nombre es Adrián Juárez, presidente del comité de DILAC. Nuestro comité ejecutivo incluye también al señor Alex Suárez como vicepresidente y la señora Miriam Rojas, secretaria del comité de DILAC. Es un placer estar aquí esta tarde y compartir con ustedes. Nuestro comité de DILAC sigue trabajando y esta tarde les compartiremos un poco de lo que hemos repasado en nuestras reuniones. Desde la última vez que asistimos a dar nuestro reporte, tuvimos la oportunidad de escuchar acerca del plan de comunicación de nuestro distrito. Agradecemos la campaña de corazones y mentes, ya que nos muestra la diversidad y la fortaleza de nuestros hijos. Tuvimos la oportunidad de dar nuestros aportes al plan LCAP y escuchamos acerca del trabajo que se está haciendo para apoyar a nuestros estudiantes que no están preparados para graduarse. La semana pasada tuvimos el placer de tener al presidente de la mesa directiva, el presidente Medina, que asistió a nuestra reunión y nos compartió información acerca del trabajo que se está haciendo acerca del plan piloto de los oficiales SRO. También nuestra superintendente Trunel presentó una actualización acerca del comité de SAR y nos compartió las acciones que se han cumplido y el trabajo que aún continúa por la seguridad de nuestros estudiantes. También la superintendente asociada, la señora Agus, nos presentó información acerca del proceso de LCAP y una actualización del presupuesto. Agradecemos también al doctor Castro que estuvo en la reunión, a todos, ya que contestaron las preguntas que miembros de nuestro comité hicieron. Quiero tomar este tiempo para agradecerle a todo el distrito y en especial al Departamento de Servicios Multilingües y a todo el personal que ayudó esa noche por haber realizado una noche comunitaria donde nos proveyeron información acerca de herramientas y información para apoyar a nuestros hijos con la preparación para la universidad o carrera técnica. Los que son las clases de la A a la G, información acerca del examen de LPAC y el proceso de reclasificación. También tuvieron apoyo individualizado con apoyo de plataformas y tecnología. Durante esta noche comunitaria nos compartieron los aportes que se habían recopilado por el distrito acerca de LCAP. Y tuvimos una última oportunidad para dar nuestras sugerencias y aportes. Agradecemos mucho esta noche y pedimos que estas noches informativas aumenten y que continuemos trabajando juntos para incrementar el involucramiento familiar. También les hacemos una cordial invitación para que nos acompañen mañana a la celebración comunitaria para reconocer a nuestros estudiantes que han sido reclasificados este año escolar y también para otorgar las medallas, reconociendo a los estudiantes que han logrado, lo siento, este reconocimiento de alfabetización. La celebración será en el auditorio de la Preparatoria de Santa Rosa. Esperamos ver a nuestras familias, personal y comunidad para juntos celebrar los logros de nuestros estudiantes. Con la partida de nuestra superintendente, pedimos que en el proceso de selección se considere el trabajo y las iniciativas que actualmente están vigentes y que el enfoque continúe en asegurar que quien tome el puesto de liderazgo realmente entienda la importancia de conocer a la comunidad a la que va a servir en este cargo. Por último, quisiera, como el presidente del comité de ILAC, darle las gracias a nuestra superintendente Ana Trunel, que bajo su liderazgo, el apoyo hacia nuestros estudiantes multilingües creció y se fortaleció, aunque este apoyo apenas comienza a demostrar cambios notables. Nosotros lo hemos visto y pedimos a nuestra mesa directiva que continúen con su compromiso hacia nuestros hijos. Superintendente Trunel, le deseamos lo mejor en su nuevo puesto, le agradecemos su visión, su compromiso y su apoyo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Juárez. Ahora la traducción.
Good afternoon, President Medina, Superintendent Trinell, members of the board and community. My name is Adrián Juárez, President of the DLAC Committee. Our executive committee also includes Mr. Alex Juárez as Vice President and Ms. Miriam Rojas, Secretary of the committee. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon and share with you. The DLAC committee continues to work, and this afternoon we will share with you a little bit of what has been reviewed in our meetings. Since the last time we attended to give the report, we've had the opportunity to hear about our district's communication plan. We appreciate the Hearts and Minds campaign as it shows the diversity and strengths of our children. We had the opportunity to give input to the LCAP plan and heard about the work being done to support our students who are not on track to graduate. Last week, we had the pleasure of having Board President Medina attend our meeting and share information with us about the work being done with regards to the SRO pilot program. Our Superintendent Trinell also presented an update about the SARC committee and shared with us the actions that have been completed and the work that still continues to ensure the safety of our students. Associate Superintendent Ms. August also presented information about the LCAP process and the budget update. We also thank Dr. Castro, who attended the meeting, and gratitude for all of them in answering the questions that members of our committee asked. I want to take this time to thank the district and especially the Multilingual Services Department and all of the staff who helped at the community night, where they provided information about the tools and information to support our children with preparation for college and career readiness. Information on the A through G courses, information about the LPAC exam, and the reclassification process. They also provided individualized support with platforms and technology. During the community night, they shared with us the input that had been collected by the district with regards to the LCAP, and we had one last opportunity to give our suggestions and contributions. We greatly appreciate this evening and ask that these informational nights increase and that we continue to work together to increase parent engagement. We want to extend an invitation to join us tomorrow for the community celebration to recognize our students who have been reclassified this school year and also to award medals recognizing the students who are candidates for the State Seal of Biliteracy. This celebration will be at Santa Rosa at the high school auditorium. We look forward to seeing our families, staff, and community together celebrating the achievement of our students. With the departure of our superintendent, we ask that the selection process
considers the work and the initiatives that are currently in place, and that the focus continues on ensuring that whomever takes the leadership position truly understands the importance of knowing the community they serve. Lastly, as the president of the DLAC committee, I would like to thank our superintendent, Anna Trinnell, who under her leadership, the support for the multilingual students grew and was strengthened. This support is just beginning to show notable changes. We have seen them, and we ask our board of directors to continue with their commitment to our children. Superintendent Trinnell, we wish you the best in your new position. We thank you for your vision, your commitment, and your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that translation. All right, so back to the CSBA report. I don't think we had one. Seeing none, we will now move on to public comments. Public comments are for members of the community to speak on items that are not on our agenda. Today, we will be limiting comment to 2 minutes. Because we have a trustee via teleconference, we will also allow comment via Zoom. We will start off with the blue cards here, and then after that, we'll go to anybody that's on Zoom. So if you're on Zoom and you want to make a comment, just make sure to raise your hand, and we'll get to you after the in-person comments. So I will be calling 3 people at a time. When I call your name, go to one of the podiums, and the other 2 people be ready to speak. So first I have, looks like Ken Hirschberg, followed by Adina Flores, followed by Sarah Jenkins. And again, you'll have 2 minutes.
Today I stand before you with a heart full of passion, a mind guided by reason, and a voice fueled by the unwavering belief in the power of education to transform lives. The decision to pivot away from the 95% phonics program to the magnetic reading program is not just a matter of curriculum selection. It is a decision that will shape the futures of countless students in our district. I was honored to join the pilot literacy program created due to the profound need for a foundational skills reading program grounded in the science of reading research. As we embarked on the pilot program, we did so with a clear vision in mind: choose a systematic and explicit foundational skills reading program. For 8 months, we poured our hearts and souls into this endeavor, and in the end, our unanimous choice was clear: the 95% program. We saw firsthand the transformative power of this program. We witnessed all of our students thriving and gaining confidence. It provides direct, explicit instruction our students desperately need and deserve. Now we are told to abandon a program that we know works, which you paid for us to pilot across all grade levels and throughout all our elementary schools. Instead, an obscured group who did not pilot these programs and did not communicate with us even once has made their decision to adopt a program that falls short of meeting the needs of our students and lacks the clarity, coherence, and effectiveness that our students deserve. I urge you to heed the voices of experience and expertise. Please reconsider this decision. Reaffirm your commitment to our students. Choose the path that leads to a brighter, more equitable future for all. Remember the words that have guided us on this journey. When a child cannot read, their chances of incarceration, homelessness, and unemployment increase. Let us remember the immense responsibility that rests upon our shoulders, and let us rise to meet that responsibility with courage, compassion, and unwavering determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Adina Flores, followed by Sarah Jenkins, followed by Nikki Winovich.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. As the largest activist in Sonoma County, it's concerning to me when your friends, family members, and the staff in this district are coming to me to snitch you out. Ms. Dela Cruz, I've had so many people ask at this point. We announced the new student board member. Ome Zuniga, isn't that your son? Because Martin Zuniga is your spouse. So now because you're too cowardly to run, because you are up for re-election as a trustee this year, and you've caused a huge issue with safety on campus, you won't run. And so now what, your child is going to serve as a political puppet? As somebody biracial, you know exactly like
I want
myself.
you to please stop insulting my child. That is inappropriate, Ms. Flores.
I serve as an elected official, and I'm happy for you to direct your comments to me, but I will draw the line when you insult my child.
This is a
Please
Brown Act
continue.
violation.
Please
Thank you.
continue.
I'm sorry you don't like it. I'm sorry your feelings are hurt. So, like I was saying, when we're talking about these political narratives of somebody biracial because you're half white and half Latina, you know that if you sell out your own people, you are doing a disservice, which you're doing now. Through the equity office where you just resigned, you talked about the racism there, yet you sold out the farm workers. You implemented and recommended an agricultural verification pass. While everybody's evacuated from their homes, the farm workers are being forced to work. That is disgusting. You have sheriffs encircling them and they're being forced to work. It's disgusting, Ms. Dela Cruz. Absolutely.
That is
disgusting.
not what I did.
Now I'm on the way to Oak Grove to speak because they're removing their only translator. Guess what? The nonprofits you steal money with are over there because I made that. Let's bring equity to the community. Thank you. God bless you.
Next, I have Sarah Jenkins, followed by Nikki Winovich, followed by Margaret Boone.
So lots is going on and lots to talk about. First, thank you, Superintendent Trunell. I'm grateful for your commitment to the community and safety and humbled to have been part of the Safety Advisory Roundtable. I'm tall, I'm so sorry. That's good. It's gonna eat me. I am concerned about who the board will hire behind you and the implications that has on our students, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I do have a request though, as I've heard you may have been a cheerleader in the past. How about getting those cheerleaders their well-deserved PE credits? They work so hard for over 2 full sports seasons, and if girls golf and badminton get them, I think that cheer should 100%. In addition to their physical fitness, they're incredible community ambassadors for the high schools. Providing them with PE credits would free up elective time to further their ambitions. I understand things take time, but it would be awesome if that could be resolved before you leave. But you will be incredibly missed. Second, I encourage everyone in this room to view yesterday's City Council study session meeting, specifically the presentation of Santa Rosa Police Department and the conversations that followed. The change makers and bridge builders in our community are in SRPD. All of our city leaders are in full support of the SRO program. The one and only holdup is the Santa Rosa City School Board, and the president controls the agenda, which is why it has yet to be added. So incredibly disappointing. Personal political narratives continue to get in the way. Alegria feeding county leaders' historical bias against law enforcement, planting seeds to further divide instead of taking opportunities to build bridges and create community. Y'all can do better than that. Finally, congrats to the well-deserved recognition of Montgomery staff and students tonight, and thank you, Principal Santos, for all you do.
Next, I have Nikki Winovich, followed by Margaret Boone, followed by Annabelle Nunez.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Trunell. My name is Nikki Winovich. I'm a teacher at Monroe School, and I'm here to respectfully urge you to reconsider requiring us to go through the process of renaming our school. We did this in 2022, and it was done with integrity. Please go back and look at the board report, watch the YouTube video, watch what the board report that our principal put forth to you. Is again, May 22nd, 2022, those of you that are new. Our principal thoroughly explained the inclusive and thoughtful process and the result. It was easily, I haven't talked to her about it, but it was easily 100 hours of her time and her energy that she's already putting forth. In addition to all the hours that the committee members have put in and teachers that pulled us away from our primary goal of teaching students and teaching them the state standards. Just a quick recap, the committee voted to drop James, revert to the original name Monroe, and we don't want to be associated with the slave holder. The second choice was Charles Schultz. The third choice was Dolores Huerta. The fourth choice was George Ortiz. And the fifth choice was Martin Luther King Jr. The board took no action. You decided to keep James in our name. We don't want it. And if you can question the integrity of the committee, please check the diversity of the committee members, or have a conversation with our principal. I believe that this is a misuse of your authority to have us repeat this process because you didn't like the outcome. George Ortiz is a fine man, and go to another school. Have them go through this, please.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, I have Margaret Boone, followed by Annabelle Nunez and Crystal Spencer.
Good evening. This last Friday, as we walked back onto campus from having attended the Special Olympics track and field event in Windsor, one of our ESN students suddenly dropped in the breezeway. We didn't know in that moment, but his heart had stopped completely. Our instructional assistants mistakenly thought he had a seizure, as seizures are common in our classes. The assistant immediately called 911, and one of our teachers and the LVN began CPR until the EMTs and fire department could arrive. It was a terrifying moment and super traumatic for everyone on campus. None of us have recovered from the death last year, and this brush with death was heartbreaking and overwhelming for us. This particular student has no medical needs. This was completely unexpected, and nothing could have been done to prevent it. But that's not true of other students we have had or will have with the upcoming SCO takebacks. I've already advocated for our ESN staff to get CPR training, including use of the AED, but I want to advocate that all staff on our campuses should be trained in these life-saving skills. I did not know how to use an AED, and I haven't been trained in CPR in 6 years. I would have done my best had I been alone with this student, but we should all be trained. Other districts provide district-wide training. Our student likely would have died had CPR not been started when it was. Our student is recovering but has a long road ahead. I've had 3 of my former medically fragile students pass away in the last 2 years. If we take back medically fragile students, these skills will be a necessity. Our nurses fought hard to get us AEDs, but we need to know how to use them. Please provide us with CPR and AED training so we can keep our students safe.
Thank you. Next, I have Carolyn Spencer.
Hi, thank you. My name is Carolyn Spencer, born and raised in Sonoma County. I'm talking on non-agenda topics. There was a budget meeting, as my pre-speakers mentioned, and it is concerning that the Santa Rosa Police Department is asking for funds should the SROs be inputted by the Santa Rosa School District. And given the current shortfalls in the budget, I would really, really hope that the additional potential funding for the SROs that would be provided by the police department would not sway the decision that is in actually the best interest of your children, our community. It's my position that, and this is just my position, if a solution does not work for all groups, then it's not a solution. Even if my own son would feel safe with police on campus, I have other family members who are terrified. I am 44 years old. I have PTSD as a grown adult when I'm in my car and there's an officer, or I'm walking by a group of officers, even interacting with Chief Cragen as I do. I still have PTSD. So my own feelings, my own personal experience can tell you that the trauma that will affect a demographic of our children is not worth, it's not worth it. There needs to be an actual solution. We need to go back to the drawing board. That's all for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this one more card for now? Okay. So now we will go to speakers on Zoom.
If there are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on a non-agenda item, please raise your hand. There's a 2-minute time limit, and our first speaker is iPhone Mom. If you could please state your full name for the record.
Hi, sorry about that. This is Sheila Walker.
Go ahead.
Good evening, President Medina, Board, and Superintendent. I have to say quickly, it was nice to see many students and parents that I've had the pleasure of volunteering with in school and also participating in music. Way to go, Ryan. Nice to see Libby and Jenny representing as well. Just wanted to do a very quick recap. Something I think that's super important for everyone to see and be up to speed on. We're hearing a lot about the budget. At the last meeting, there was an important information item on the agenda from SCO regarding the ability, their concern for the district's ability to maintain fiscal solvency. I encourage everyone to go to that agenda, scroll down to the bottom, and find that information in that document. In short, SCO from this letter is the district is projecting a $7 million deficit for the next year, $360 million the following year, and $535 million the year after that. So indeed, it's going to be rough times. I will say that Superintendent Turnell inherited about a $27 to $28 million deficit when she started. And everyone should kind of ask the question. I know many of you on the board know that I have called in about the budget for a few years now. That deficit of $28 million disappeared. Where did it go? How did they get rid of it? They used COVID money that was supposed to be used for our children for learning loss, and they used it for paying and keeping them afloat the past few years, not for helping the kids. And now there is a disastrous horizon of budget shortfall because they didn't lay off people when they needed to, with the enrollments declining, and it's going to be a tough few years.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
Our next speaker is Candace's iPhone. If you can please state your full name for the record. Go ahead, Candace.
You're on mute, Candace, if you could unmute.
Oh, hi. So my name is Candace Richardson Longoria, and I have a child who goes to Montgomery High School. She is bicultural and biracial. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Carolyn Spencer said. I think we need to look at the safety concerns for all students. And my daughter, although she is ambiguous about having police on campus as a bicultural student, she doesn't look Mexican and she doesn't look Black. Actually, she looks more white. So she's very white passing. But she is definitely concerned for the safety of her peers that are brown and Black students. And so I think that we have a lot of Anglo people and a lot of parents in the community in general that are pushing to have police as a solution. The police are not the only solution. That is not, we cannot put the safety of our children in the hands of police, because we see police brutality with Black and brown children every single day. That is not the solution. We as a community have a responsibility to keep all children safe. And if our children who are not Anglo do not feel safe, then that's a problem. And just because you are white, your white children's safety don't trump my bicultural child's safety or the children that are non-Anglo. So we as a community need to come up with other solutions, and I'm certainly willing to hear it, but the police are not the only answer. And the only thing I have heard is the police, the police, the police. The other thing, I was at the budget meeting yesterday. The city of Santa Rosa is facing a deficit like all local and state government agencies. So where are we going to get the money to fund these police officers? Because I, as a taxpayer, I am not going to pay for additional taxes or bonds to put police on campus. Not going to do it.
Thank you, Candace. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kelsey. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Hi, my name is Kelsey Vero, and I am calling also to oppose the implementation of the SRO program that has been working its way through the system and sort of put on the table. I also heard the discussion from the city's budget, and want to echo what the last commenter said about how the city is also facing a budget for the last budget deficit. And yet we are discussing adding millions of dollars in an SRO program that the city could potentially use for right now for other programs to support individuals and including our youth and our students and their general wellness and other upstream solutions to crime and violence. Before it is allocated to police, it is available in the general fund potentially for something else. Once it's allocated to police, it's very hard to get back. We know the last year, 36% of the city's budget went to policing, far more than any other department, and housing and community services, in contrast, was 0.01%. There's zeros missing on the end of that process. The divide is huge that way, and we know that as long as we keep poisoning the river, we're going to keep having to clean it downstream. So I know that it will eventually come back to the school board for a vote on whether that program is the right choice for us. But when we're looking at it from a funding perspective or from the perspective of just how to best support our students, we have to make a choice between that program and other things that would have to be cut. And one of the questions I would have is like, what specifically would be cut? You mentioned, I think, a $5 million budget cut that still needs to be made in order to potentially give another $1 million or more. Where would that specifically come from? Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that is all the speakers we have.
That's correct.
We will now be moving on to our F items. First item, F1, is a resolution recognizing National School Nurse Day.
Thank you, President Medina, board members, Superintendent Turnell, audience, and public. I want to thank you very much for bringing this forward. This has become a wonderful annual item where we take the moment to recognize the work that our school nurses do. I am grateful that one of our school nurses is in the audience. I will embarrass her in a moment, but very appreciative of the board that you take this time. I want to recognize the work that they do, the integration that they do, not just the boo-boos and Band-Aids. They are the ones that are literally on your front line, as we discovered, and as was mentioned last year, literally saving lives, literally helping our staff. We experienced, obviously, other medical needs at our school district, as Ms. Boone has mentioned. In addition to our school nurses, we have a strong medical staffing that we really use in our programs. And to Ms. Boone's point, we do need to do continued promotion of CPR and AEDs, and we'll bring some ideas forward as those programs in the classrooms begin to move forward. So we certainly are aware of that. I also want to just take a moment historically, as this will be my last presentation about the school nurses. I want to thank both our school nurses. Ms. Rodriguez is one of those in the rooms. When I kind of took that role about 10 years ago, there were 3 of us, the nurses that were with us. Jen is one of the OGs. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. And the work that they have done and stayed with us. At that point, we were barely able to do screening and assessments and keep up with special education. Now we have a robust department of 8 school nurses that do so many things to support our school sites and our staff. It is wonderful and it is amazing, and it is a great moment for the board to recognize that we have not had a school nurse leave our district in 5 years. One that did came back to us. And so the work that we did to appreciate their work, to compensate them for all the work they do has really paid off, and that has done wonders for our system. So with that, I appreciate and I turn that back to the board.
Thank you. Board, do you mind if I go to public comment first? I have Margaret Boone. You will have 2 minutes. And if there's anyone on Zoom that would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand.
Good evening. When I started with the district, I had the unofficial medically fragile class. Our first year, we didn't have a nurse, and our head nurse, Colette, made all the nurses rotate through my room, taking on the job. So I got to meet Beth and Cheryl and get to know them. And then later we got Jennifer, and Jennifer is like family to me. You know, we've been together for, I think, like 8 years, and she's super important to our ESN program. And we've also gotten to work with Nico in the summer school. Our nurses are some of the most important people in the district. They literally save our kids' lives, and they do all the medical orders for the kids in our classes, you know, how we deal with seizures, how we deal with diabetes, all kinds of things. They train the health techs, they do all kinds of things. And we wouldn't be able to do special ed without them. We wouldn't be able to do screenings without them. And we also need to pay our LVNs more. We only have one district LVN, and we're using her right now at Montgomery, but we need more, and we don't get them very well through outside staffing. So increase their wage to a competitive wage so we can actually hire some. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think
And before
we're
we go,
having a little bit of technical difficulty with the timer. We're going to try to get that straightened out. Sounds like they're going to switch the computers in just a moment.
and we'll get to you in a second, Candace, on Zoom.
She said it's okay now.
Okay, now we'll go to Zoom.
Our first speaker online for item F1 is Candace. Can you state your full name again, please?
Yes, so my name is Candace Richardson Longoria. And again, I just want to, Jen is an amazing nurse. My daughter has a concussion from a theme park, and I've worked with Jen and Rebecca in the office to make sure her medical needs are met. They advocate for her to have her accommodations from her doctor enforced. If my daughter is struggling with a migraine headache, she knows that she can go and see Jen. And before they try everything before calling me to come get her. And sometimes she really just needs a hug from Jen. And so I appreciate Jen so much. My daughter just loves her to pieces. And I appreciate all the nurses. And yes, I think that we do need to pay them a competitive wage so that we can keep them. I think that speaks to the love that our students have for them. I also think that we do need to invest more in their professional development and continuing education and get them the training that they need for life-saving skills for our students, such as CPR and more AEDs and training around utilization and usage of those devices. That's it.
Thank you, Candace. I see no more hands up. So back to the board. Any questions for Steve or comments? Anybody?
I just want to say, thank you to school nurses. One of the things that people don't know is that they also do 504s, medical 504s, right? In terms of if we have students with diabetes, students that may need medical attention. Your work is invaluable. I just, we wouldn't be able to address those issues in the school setting if we didn't have the help with school nurses. So I work really closely with, the nurses that we have in Healdsburg, and I know that you work your hiney off day in and day out. So from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you to all the nurses in our school district.
Other board members? Anybody? Thank you to all the nurses. So I will request a motion.
With motion to approve Resolution 2023-2465, recognizing May 8th, 2024 as National School Nurse Day.
Second.
Moved by Trustee La Torre, seconded by Trustee Sheffield. Any further discussion? Let's go to the vote.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. And thank you to all you nurses out there. I see so few for so many schools. Really appreciated it. We will now move on to item F2, resolution recognizing May as the month of better hearing and speech.
Thank you, President Medina, board members, Superintendent Turnell, public, and audience. Also, I'm very proud to bring to you again the importance and recognition of our speech and language pathologists. We have been recognized them for a number of years, and it is very significant, the work they do. What I would like to do today is highlight something you may not be aware of about the importance of one's speech and language. You all are likely aware of the increase in autism diagnoses that have been going on. We are experiencing that in our district as well. And one of the strengths of an SLP that you may not be aware of, there's something called social pragmatics. That's about social communication and contextual understanding of language. And that's one of the things that the speech and language pathologists are highly trained on. And so in meeting some of those autism needs that come through our campuses, our SLPs are not just giving therapy and advice separately, but they're working in our schools, they're working in our classrooms, they're working with our teachers, they're trying to give and build embedded lessons. There are SLPs that do weekly embedded lessons in some of our programs, some of our specialized programs, like our autism programs, our 18 to 22 program. They are educators, and they educate on a daily basis across our district. And so I just want to make the board aware of that other layer you may not know about the importance of speech and language. Again, we have a wonderfully important team. We have only lost SLPs to retirements. And again, I thank the board for all your work and the support we've done to keep our SLPs, appreciate our SLPs, and take this moment to thank them. Back to you, board.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? No question? Was a question? Comment? Okay, then we'll go to public comment first. I have Margaret Boone. And if there's anyone on Zoom online that would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand.
It's my last comment, I swear. The speech pathologists are super important to our program as well. We have a wonderful speech pathologist at Montgomery, Steve Schultz, who comes at least twice a week. He's very energetic and he really engages our kids. But the speech pathologists help us with augmentative alternative communication devices. As we get more kids that are nonverbal, we'll need more help with that. They help, as Steve said, with those pragmatic language skills. We have a lot of kids that struggle with that, kids with autism, and that's a major focus of our program is social skills and pragmatic language. And we wouldn't be able to teach without them either. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no hands raised on Zoom, so we will bring it back to the board. Or
just one last comment. I want to appreciate Principal Storell is not in the room anymore, but I want to just to appreciate that's a magnificent coming together. We welcomed, I think, the first since I've been doing this, the first certificated member of the year from a school was an SLP, Jamie. So I want to just double down. It's a wonderful coming together of recognizing the importance of SLPs. And honestly, we didn't talk to each other, but it worked out very well. And so I want to also appreciate what Jamie and other SLPs do and Principal Storell for recognizing it. Back to you, board.
Thank you. All right, board members, any comments? Trustee De La Torre?
Just really want to recognize and appreciate the SLPs that are working within our district. I had a family member that had struggled with a stutter, and it took that SLP to help that family member own it and be okay with it to move forward through that. And it's just, they're really special people put in the right place for our students. And I'm really glad that they're here for these opportunities for these students to grow and thrive through the struggles they're dealing with.
Any other board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Flores, seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye, and I just wanted to clarify, that was seconded by Trustee De La Torre or Sheffield? De La Torre.
Thank you.
Okay. Yay. Let's see, where are we? F3, resolution for Mental Health Awareness Month.
Good evening, President Medina, members of the board, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the Santa Rosa City Schools community. I'm honored again to be here at this table, elevating the importance of mental health and affirming our commitment to addressing the mental health needs of our community. To that end, for your consideration tonight is the adoption of Resolution 202324-64, recognizing May as Mental Health Month. I'm excited to read tonight's resolution with two of our mental health champions, Kim Craven, who is a school psychologist who leads our ERMS services, and Nicholas Ruiz, who is one of our school-based therapists who works in our counseling enriched program classrooms, both within our special education department. So now we will read the resolution.
Didn't work, thanks. Good evening. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our nation, with 1 in 5 adults experiencing mental illness each year, whereas children and youth also face mental health challenges, with 1 in 6 children aged 6 to 17 experiencing a mental health disorder each year, whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on the mental health of students and families, causing increased stress, anxiety, isolation, and trauma, and whereas the pandemic has highlighted and exacerbated existing mental health disparities, disproportionately affecting communities of color, low-income families, and other vulnerable populations.
Whereas stigma and misunderstanding often prevent individuals from seeking help and support for mental health outcomes or mental health concerns. Whereas Santa Rosa City Schools is committed to raising awareness about mental health, providing support and resources for students, staff, and families, and fostering a school environment that promotes mental wellness. Whereas schools play a crucial role in identifying and supporting students with mental health needs, particularly in the aftermath of the pandemic, and connecting them with appropriate resources. Whereas May has been designated as Mental Health Month to increase public awareness and reduce the stigma associated with mental illness.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Santa Rosa City Schools hereby declares May 2024 as Mental Health Month and encourages all students, staff, families, and community members to learn more about mental health, support one another, and seek help when needed. Be it further resolved that Santa Rosa City Schools will continue to prioritize mental health education, early intervention, and access to support services to promote the well-being of all students and staff, especially in light of the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? I just have a quick question. Do you want to share a little bit about the toolkit that was attached to this item?
So we have shared the toolkit with our principals to encourage them to engage in stigma reduction and mental health messaging throughout the month of May. And that is through NAMI, which is an organization that puts together really great information. And they do very, very effective science-based prevention.
Thank you. Trustee De La Cruz?
I just want to say thank you for the thoughtfulness and the recognition of the disproportionate challenges that communities of color have been facing recently with the pandemic. And I really also appreciate the focus on culturally responsive services to really kind of line up with some of those needs. I wanted to also lift up what the county has been doing with regards to recognizing this disproportionality and offer maybe an opportunity to partner with the Black Therapy Fund, which was created using American Rescue Plan Act dollars. Again, recognizing that it can be very difficult to find a trusted professional to really help with mental health needs when you are from an underrepresented and underserved community of color. And I didn't see as much of that in the NAMI materials, unfortunately, right? And so I just love the idea of continuing to make sure that in what it is that we're putting out that's useful, that's really aligned with the beautiful language in our resolution, that we find ways to really bring in some of these community schools practices and continue to build those connections with organizations and with partners in the community who are really doing a beautiful job in lifting up this cultural service, this culturally responsive service. I also just want to do a shout out to board member Manieris, whose Youth Promotores program is really building the next pipeline of culturally responsive mental health service providers. Just an incredible group of young people who are receiving some additional training, and again, really creating that pipeline of people who are bilingual, bicultural, and able to fill that critical need that continues to exist in pretty significant and dire ways in our community. So thank you, just thank you for your work.
Other board members? I didn't actually ask for public comment on Zoom. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to make a public comment on this item? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, there's no cards. So, Trustee Manieri?
I don't have a question, but just a comment. First of all, thank you to Director De La Cruz for the shout out. And I just wanted to say that, you know, with these resolutions, we're often asked where the action is. And part of the reason I pulled item G7 later on in our agenda is because I think that is a real demonstration of what this district is doing to put our resources and our focus behind what we've been hearing from our youth and from our community being a really important need, or, you know, something that really needs a lot of attention. And so item G7 for those who will stick around is our APA contract with the Sonoma County Office of Education and the APA program to provide 70 students in our district with 12 weeks of counseling. And SCO is putting up the funds to start this program in our district. And so I'll talk more about that later, but just wanted to plug it in here too, that is our action behind this resolution. So thank you, Superintendent Turnell. Thank you, SCO. Thank you to our mental health team, because it's really important that we do these things for our students. Thank you.
Any other board members or Superintendent Turnell?
Just wanted to recognize Stacy Desideri, who is online as our Executive Director of Wellness and Engagement. That's all.
Trustee Flores?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this to light. And I just want to read something here that I think is very important, part of the toolkit that, if I can find it, there it is. That throughout May, NAMI actively participates in this national movement and is dedicated to the eradication or eradicating the stigma, extending support services, fostering public education, and advocating for policies that prioritize the well-being of individuals and families affected by mental illness. That is so important because, you know, one of the reasons I asked you to elaborate in our last board meeting is because there is this narrative out there that is still very pervasive, that mental illness, it's something that you keep secret, something that you don't talk about, something, you know, especially if it's tied to, you know, suicidal ideation, right? And it's programs like this that are so paramount and important for our students to see that they are, you know, places to go. And then in the toolkit, at the end of it, you see, you know, some statistics that are so dreadful to see, right? But it's so important for people to realize that, you know, mental illness is alive. Mental illness is happening. And we do, you know, have the, you know, the responsibility to make sure that our students have the resources and the ability to go to someone, right? This is not something to be, you know, ashamed of. This is not something to be afraid of. This is something that is happening, and COVID just put a spotlight to it, you know, in a way that, you know, no one, you know, envisioned. No one could see that. So I just want to say thank you for bringing this to light. I'm going to echo what Trustee De La Cruz mentioned, that you know, there is a disproportionality, and thank you for bringing that up. And then we look forward to seeing, you know, what else we can do to ensure that we diminish that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? I did want to say that I think mental health takes so many forms. I did want to recognize Trustee La Torre for earlier leading us in a little 3-minute meditation that just has us stop for a second, slow down, breathe. Something as simple as that could help with your mental health. And I think I also wanted to add like insight from me. Um, in Spanish, there's a saying, la cultura cura. And for me, just understanding my culture as a young man helped me with my mental health and dealing with a lot of uh, mental health issues that I had to face. And having that cultural understanding and helping me navigate society really was helpful. So I think that mental health, addressing it could take so many forms. And I think it's critical and important. But with that said, is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Manieri, seconded by Trustee Sheffield. There's no further discussion. Let's go to the vote.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. And next we have a discussion item on safe routes to schools. It's a little program update.
Also welcome Ms. Desideri, who is online, to be a part of this discussion.
Thank you. I'm trying to get my screen the way I need it to be. Thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board. We have some guests tonight in the boardroom with you tonight to share our annual update on safe routes to school. And so I'm going to introduce Christina Panza with the Safe Routes to School and John Jones, who is here to kick us off with our annual update on centering student safety and transportation to school.
Thank you. Actually, I don't have much to share other than the fact that I'm sitting in for Petty Turner tonight, and my one job is to introduce to you Christina Panza from Bike Sonoma. So, is your microphone on over there? Would be.
Push.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, I'm going to share a screen. Got a presentation ready for you all. Thank you, John. Thank you, board. Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. I really especially appreciate you because when you first came on, you appointed a liaison for Safe Routes to School. It's made all the difference in our relationship with Santa Rosa City Schools over the years. And I hope that your predecessor continues with your example and keeping that as a great partnership. So thank you for that. Let me just make this presentation. So, sorry, just not, there it goes. All right. I'm here again, obviously, to share information about the Safe Routes program and the Sonoma County School District and the Santa Rosa City School District. As you are, most of you are aware, the Safe Routes program is funded via the One Bay Area grant. It's federal funding, but it's funneled through the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and I work for the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. We are the implementation agency for this program countywide. And the goal of the program is to encourage more families to walk and roll to school, walk, bike, scooter, skate, active transportation, and also to educate kids and parents on how to be safe while doing so. This year, we have also really strengthened our programming in identifying barriers to active transportation, as well as potential improvements that need to be made to eliminate those barriers. I'll talk about that in this presentation. And we've also done a lot more work recently to strengthen the community connection aspect of Safe Routes and really emphasize that. So I'll share information about that. But first, I just want to talk about why we even have this program and why these goals are in place. The big one is that transportation in Sonoma County generates 60% and more in some cities, 67% in Petaluma, not in Santa Rosa, but close, of our greenhouse gas emissions, encouraging and enabling more families to walk and bicycle safely is a major way that we can have impact on slowing the effects of climate change. A lot of our environmental education is focused on ecology, reusing, recycling, plants and animals, which are all extremely worthy and important and not to be ignored. But when we consider what we can do as individuals and the community to really make a difference, it's just really critical food for thought when prioritizing where to focus our efforts. So keeping that statistic in mind. And additionally, the health of our community is so important, both in terms of breathing clean air and getting enough exercise. Kids often struggle to get enough physical activity these days. And as everyone probably is aware, far fewer kids are walking and biking to school than ever before, than a generation ago. So our programming is just a way to get kids that extra physical activity they need. And studies show that when kids are walking and rolling, they're better attending, their attendance is better at school. The Rankin Valley School District actually recently did a study of attendance on their walk roll days, and they see that attendance is up, like significantly up on their walk and roll days. So something to keep in mind as well for health and wellness at school. And we really want our Safe Routes program to inspire kids and families to fit walking and biking into their daily routines and to really be aware of all these benefits of it, the earth, their heart, being with their friends, saving money, exercise. And that's why we have this program. So let me just talk about the district and the program itself. Who is participating this year? This year, our county program provided support to 11 schools. Last year was 8, so we definitely had more participation this year. Schools do need to apply each year during the month of April to receive services, and we customize the services to each school based on our capacity and their needs. There's still room for growth in Santa Rosa. I will say that all the schools, most of the schools, not all of them actually, one didn't yet, applied from last year to enroll for next year, and also Lincoln is going to be in the program next year. So there's still room for more schools to engage, but they can enroll late. The priority enrollment is just for limited services. This slide is really important to think about, and I just recently started sharing it in presentations because in order for change to happen, there are actually 3 Ps to reaching our goals. Programs is one of them, and that's a lot of what we do in Safe Routes in the part that you see, the education encouragement part that you see, but also projects are really important. Infrastructure projects that will actually make it safer to walk and bike. And then policies are important too, like school citing policies and adding bike racks and things like that can be all of these things are important for changing behavior, and some are easier to implement and some are harder, but we need them all. But our program touches all of these areas. All of the E's, all of the P's, and all of the E's are touched with our program. We do walk audits. I'll talk a little bit about that in a bit. To assess sites for barriers, and we've established a Safe Routes task force to identify both physical and policy barriers to walking and bicycling to school. And then we have our encouragement, education, and community engagement programming as well. So all of these activities reach the P's that I talked about. And as you know, as I talked about last year, every year with every school that we work with, we gather data about what the state of travel is at that school. So we get teachers take tallies to determine how many kids are walking, biking, skateboarding, carpooling, taking the bus. So that's that little bar chart on the left. And then we also do GIS maps showing where kids live in relation to the school. And the data is utilized to set realistic goals for a school, to determine viable meetup spots for walking school buses or bike trains, or alternate drop-off spots, to strengthen grant applications, to motivate parents to give active travel a try. And I really think, again, this district, we have an agreement for the district to provide us with the student addresses, so we can create maps for every school in the district, regardless of participation in the program. So when the city of Santa Rosa needs a map for a grant application, we've got it. And we've got it in its current. So we really appreciate that. That's huge. And like I said a minute ago, I alluded to the fact that we're doing site assessments. So we launched the Santa Rosa Task Force this year to connect school personnel, parents, and city planning and engineering together to identify these projects and policies that will support change. Part of that process is to begin conducting these assessments at every school in the city of Santa Rosa. So 55 schools. So a lot of schools, but every school, we bring together the principal, parents, other community partners, the city planning, city engineering, and when we can get them there, the police department. And we do a site assessment of, what's going on in the infrastructure around the school. And then we talk about programs and policies, and every site receives a post-assessment report with their documented concerns and potential solutions that could be implemented by the school, the district, and the city. So those reports are a document, and they can go into planning documents, they can go into funding applications, they can be utilized, like some of the identified issues are low-hanging fruit that can be dealt with immediately. Sometimes things take longer. So we've assessed Lincoln, Brook Hill, Steel Lane, and Monroe this year. We will continue on our list. We have a priority list that the city developed of all the schools in Santa Rosa. Comstock is the next school that we'll be doing early next year. But we have our priority list, which we shared at the task force meetings. And people can also give input onto, like, if a school needs to be moved up for some reason, like there's a special project happening or a streets project or a school district facilities change that would make us want to go to a school, we would want to know about that. So keep that in mind and stay engaged with that. This picture, by the way, is when we did the audit at Steel Lane, one of the solutions that was identified, because Steel Lane itself is just such a horrible barrier to kids getting to school, is the possibility of the school district having a drop-off area and sort of like a walking path around the field. And so that's just a little image of what that could look like. There's more detail about that in the report that we wrote, but there's lots of advantages to that and something to consider by the district. So when we go back to programs, at the basis of our encouragement programs, our walk and roll to school day events, again, this year we've had monthly themes, monthly events that are all about making it fun and appealing to walk and bike to school. So these are just some examples of the graphics that we share with the schools and that they can share. And we encourage them to hold walk roll days. We support them in doing that. We encourage them to do the Golden Sneaker Award competition. They're just fun. They raise awareness. They help people connect with each other. And then we are still doing our monthly challenges as well. We have the themes. Every theme has a challenge that goes with it. And it just kind of enables anybody to participate in walk and roll. Even if you're not walking and rolling in school, you can build awareness about, like how we can help the green earth or why we love walking and rolling. So these are just some examples of last year's challenges. And then today was Bike to School Day. 9 Santa Rosa City school sites participated. We don't have all our numbers yet, but it was an amazing turnout today. We had a lot of schools. We supported a lot of schools in setting up walking school bus meetup, bike train meetup spots, that is. Of the Santa Rosa City schools, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 schools had bike train meetup spots. And actually on your slides, Santa Rosa Charter for the Arts is blank, but we actually, between the time that I submitted that presentation and tonight, we had 2 parent-led bike trains established. And it was amazing. I mean, the normal number of bicyclists at Santa Rosa Charter for the Arts, for example, is like 4 kids. And today there were about 30 kids that bike to school. And they met with each other. And this is the community engagement piece. This is like we're getting parents to connect with each other. I heard parents on the bike ride home talking about how, let's bike together again, And so biking is actually more of a barrier than walking for a lot of families because they don't feel comfortable with it. But when there's safety in numbers, it makes a big difference. And you can also go a farther distance. So getting more kids on bikes, getting more families on bikes is a huge priority for us in the coming years. We are still doing education in all our schools, of course. In Santa Rosa City Schools, we did bike rodeos this year at Helen Lehman, Monroe, Hidden Valley, Parker Terrace, and Cesar Chavez is coming up. And we also did a family bike workshop at Santa Rosa French American Charter School. And all of the schools listed also had lessons in the classroom. All of them had either, well, I think most of them, except French Charter had second grade pedestrian safety lessons. French Charter had like a special fifth grade lesson series, and then we did we supported them in a bicycle field trip. We are also continuing to do community and family education. Our education programs are not only in schools. We have monthly Learn to Ride a Bike classes that we partner with the city Parks and Rec department. We have monthly family bike workshops that rotate around the county. We have a bike adventure camp in Santa Rosa this June. That does cost money, but we do have scholarships. There will be at the Bike and Block Party in downtown Santa Rosa on May 16th. So come talk to our educators, get advice on how to bike safely, talk to us about, just anything bike related or walking related. We'll be there to support you. And then we still have our PSAs up on YouTube. So there's tons of them, and they're just a great thing to share with your school community to remind, especially in advance of a walk roll day or winter, things like that. And then just the task force. I want to just talk about this really briefly. Please join us at our next task force meeting. I'm not necessarily all the board members, but we invite, the board, a board member to come. We invite parents. We invite principals to come. These meetings are where the city shares what they're doing to improve safe routes to school, and where schools and parents can also share concerns and give feedback and also have conversations that help improve all our programs. This year we piloted the task force. We had 4 meetings in the fall. We're having 4 this spring. We'll have 1 more on May 22nd. And in piloting the meetings, we found that when the school principals, or in some cases it was like a teacher champion or a parent champion, but when someone from a school that was implementing a program was present to share their implementation experiences and challenges, we had the most meaningful conversations, because schools aren't talking, like you guys have so many other things you're talking about, principals are talking about with each other and with, so they're not talking about like, oh, this is something that we did with their Safe Routes program that was super successful that you could also do. And that's a place for sharing that so we can all learn from each other. So we just strongly encourage people to come to our task force meetings. Our last one of the year is on the 22nd at the Santa Rosa City School District. Next year, we'll probably not do 8 meetings. We'll probably just do 2 or 3 and try to get, representatives from all our as many participating schools as possible to be there and engage and talk to each other, because I think that will really help improve the program and support one another in implementing it. So we really just hope to inspire kids and families to fit walking and rolling into their daily routines, whether it's to school or to anywhere. So many of our trips are under 2 miles. Most of our kids, even in charter schools, live within a 2-mile radius of school, which is a bikeable distance. And so it's just a matter of finding that safe route and finding the people to support you in doing it and getting out there. So thank you very much for all of your support. And if anyone has any questions or comments, that's my presentation.
I do want to add, I just spoke with Principal Storo outside just a little while ago, and she, a huge advocate for your program.
Yeah, she's wonderful.
Just had a great experience with the community there at Monroe, and very much appreciates what you do. So thank you.
Yeah.
We'll throw it back to the board with any comments or questions you may have.
Board, any questions? Trustee Alatorre, followed by Trustee Sheffield.
Questions and comments, just comments. Just real quickly, Sonoma County Bicycle Association, Rock and Roll to School. We're a family that participated in it for many years, and I just want to thank you for making wearing helmets cool.
Thank you.
My children and adults still wear their helmets, and it's something as a parent that, good job, keep that going.
Thank you very much. That's definitely a priority to make helmets cool, especially for middle schoolers.
Before I move on to Trustee Sheffield, if there's anybody online that wants to comment on this item, please raise your hand and we'll get to you soon. Trustee Sheffield.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Tina. You had mentioned that the enrollment for Walk and Roll School is up from 8 schools to 11 this past year, and that there is that schools can enroll late coming into, well,
yes, they can enroll late.
Can you tell us what schools need to do to enroll?
Yeah, there is an enrollment form online. They basically need to give us their information, and then they need to ask for the services that they want. And then they need to be clear that, like, in order to receive services, then they have to collect data and provide us with documentation. So they need to just kind of sign off on that. Like, yes, we will do the tallies. I will say that if a school, we really don't want to prevent schools from receiving minimal services, like if they don't have the capacity to collect data, let's say. So if somebody contacted me and said, like, can you come just do one grade level, or can you come in and do an assembly, we don't require, and like, honestly, we'll do it if we can fit them into our schedule. Enrollment, though, we need schools to enroll by April 30th for the larger services. Bike rodeos, they're a huge resource allocation, and we need to determine those schools now, and tell them and get those on the schedule like now. So,
hear that now.
So that's why we have our deadline of April 30th. That's really mostly for bike rodeos. And then for extensive service, like if somebody was to enroll and want complete comprehensive service, like every grade level, and encouragement support for forming bike trains and kind of like doing that, it would be harder for us to add new schools not having like the staff capacity to handle it.
Yeah. So, I mean, you shared with us some of the data that would be required to collect to enroll.
And it's easy now because the district gives us addresses, so we don't have any lift on the school.
Okay, so what's the data?
It's collecting the tallies in the classroom, asking kids how they get to school 2 days a week. That's really it, and it takes each teacher about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then obviously meeting with, like, they have to engage with us. So like, if we're having a program at their school and they're doing encouragement, and there needs to be somebody at the school who will respond to an email, who will, who will meet with that. We basically meet with our enrolled schools 3 times a year to talk about, like, hey, what are we doing now? How can we support you? So there is a requirement on the part of the school, and it could be a principal, it could be a teacher, it could be a parent, but there to be some liaison at the school to sort of hold the program, because we can't put on a walk roll day at a school. The schools do it themselves.
Right. And you had talked about a study that was done at another district.
Yeah, the Ringham Valley District. I didn't even know this, but it was mentioned at our last task force meeting. The students, oh my gosh, Lori, the student services person,
but the attendance.
Anyway, she brought it up that she said that she actually had looked at attendance on the walk roll days, because all the schools in Ringham Valley are doing walk and roll. And they have monthly walk roll days, all of them on the first Wednesday. So she looked at that and she spoke about that at the task force meetings, about how attendance was up on those walk roll days. And she's like, let's do more of those. What can we do to get more families connecting? It's a family engagement program. It's a program where we're getting families to connect with each other, make friends with each other, walk together, bike together, more of that. Like, that's what we want more of, get kids to go to school.
And we, as a district, we focused so much on attendance and what we can do. These are little things that we can do, and if we can do our own study to use the data to back, anything that we support, fully support. Of course, we fully support this, but encouraging all, full school participation. But, as you said, it's a family thing. It's a community thing. And, we want to get behind that. But an added bonus, if it can increase our attendance.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that has really hit me this year is the fun and the family aspect of it. I mean, not that it hasn't always been in my head, but I'm starting to emphasize it more in our communications. Because I think that is a motivator, for parents, and kids. At least I, as a parent, would have been more motivated by, hey, meet some other new parents than save the environment. I mean, not that I don't want to save the environment, but, I'm just dealing with my daily life.
Right. Well, I appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Ms. Ponza, you mentioned a few moments ago about an online site people can go to learn more.
Yes.
What is that website?
It's www.sonomasaferoots.org. So just sonomasaferoutes.org. There's also an Instagram, Sonoma Safe Routes, but our website is where you can enroll. There's an enroll button on the top left, and you can get to that page.
Other board members, questions? I do have a couple questions. I'm thinking maybe it's just because it's this presentation, but I'm curious, a lot of like the flyers and stuff, are they also translated?
Yes,
Bilingual?
yeah,
Okay.
all the flyers, everything we provide to schools, flyers, messages to go out are English, Spanish. Yeah.
And I'm wondering if a lot of the schools that aren't involved, if maybe it's for lack of a champion on the school that'll do the
Absolutely.
work.
That is an issue, for sure. I mean, they're, and I mean, one of the, again, this came up at the last task force meeting in Ringgold Valley that they were talking about possibly like allocating like stipends at schools for like the teacher champion so that someone at the school can really hold a program. It is a challenge. I mean, at some schools, we are really like just talking to the principal, and that is tough for the principal. It's too much for them to absorb. It's hugely helpful when we've got parents involved. It's hugely helpful when there's a teacher involved. At Monroe, we have the principal, we've got the PE teacher. Basically, the two of them hold the program. But at Proctor Terrace, we've got a couple of parents that are supporting. But I'm trying to think, like Helen Lehman has really struggled because they lost their family engagement coordinator for a while, and so they almost didn't do walk and roll to school day. They ended up doing it, and now she's back. But you know, it can be really tough.
And you brought up the stipend issue, and I was just curious, is there
We
any
do not
possible
have,
grant
yeah.
funding to
You know,
help?
yeah, I mean, I think it's possible to obtain grant funding. My funding, we do not have the funding to provide stipends because if we did that, we wouldn't have any staff to do like bike rodeos. So we have limited funding. I would love to, and I have limited ability to get more funding just because I'm working full-time just to direct the program. But we do try to get funding in, and I really would, I know every school district struggles with their own funding issues, but if a priority is to encourage active transportation, if this is like in the priority of a district for their safety plan, for community engagement, I would, you know, urge you to consider stipending schools that do not have the ability to have a champion, you know, paying a champion to be at that school, whether it's a parent or a teacher. Not every school needs that, but some schools do.
Finally, in relation to the task force, do you all have like maybe like a list of like, I don't know, projects or things that city or county need to address that maybe?
Yes. So again, we've been going through the process of auditing schools. So at every school audit, we identify projects at that school. And so that would be on each individual school report. The city and the Safe Routes program are communicating. Like I've got, it's not a public spreadsheet, but like I've got a spreadsheet with like every project listed. So we're, between the city and our program, we're staying in communication, and the city is committed to continuing to update through the task force, you know, as projects are completed that have been identified, and not just ones that have been identified, but sometimes projects are just being done because they're being done and they will impact schools positively. So we really want to continue to keep that door open between schools and the city, so we all are on the same page about improving areas around school zone, keeping the city accountable for continuing to make improvements around schools.
And I would say not just the city, I think the county too.
Oh, right, obviously. In the Santa Rosa City School District, all your schools are in the city boundaries. But yes, the county is another jurisdiction, and we are working with the county as well to try to identify areas in the unincorporated areas where they can improve the roads.
Yeah, well, I was like the one thing that was really standing out to me is Bellevue Avenue going towards Alcion. That's a county road that you cannot ride a bike on there. It's too dangerous.
It is. So many, I tell you, this is the main reason that people aren't biking long distances is safety. This is the #1 reason in parent surveys. They don't feel comfortable. We need more bikeways. We need more separated bike lanes. We need, you know, more paths that are safe, period. And it's going to take time, but we just have to keep at it. And that's our goal.
Trustee La Cruz?
I love this conversation about the projects and the possibility that we have students who participate in Safe Routes to School helping you with some of the policy actions and some of the advocacy in our different jurisdictions. Is that something that you talk about with kids who participate in Safe Routes to School, is like upcoming city council meetings or
I would love to get more students involved. Honestly, right now, we don't have a huge number of students involved because we're not really working with high school students as much, or middle school. I mean, we have some middle school. We have invited students on our audits, but I'd like to grow that aspect of our program more and get students more engaged for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member questions or comments? I didn't see any blue cards. I didn't see anybody raise their hand on Zoom. So if there's nothing else, thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Let's see, we will now move on to our next item, item F5, the parcel tax next steps.
While we are getting set up, I would like to also welcome Charles Heath, who is online with us as our partner in this work and this conversation this evening. And I will hand it over to our Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Lisa August.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Trinnell, President Medina, members of our board, and our Santa Rosa City Schools community. I'm actually going to pass it off in a moment to Charles. He will be sharing his screen and providing the presentation. And Superintendent Trinnell and I will be happy to jump in with additional information and to answer specific questions for our district. Thank you. Charles?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Let me just share my screen here real quick. There we go. Can you see the full screen now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, good evening. I am Charles Heath. I'm a partner with Team Civics. I've been your consultant on your last few bond measures and have been serving as the consultant to the district on the planning for a potential parcel tax measure over about the last year. Tonight, I'm going to share with you some information just about the basics of parcel taxes, how they work, our options for putting a measure on the ballot. I'm also going to just provide a refresher on some of the polling data from a survey that we conducted among Santa Rosa voters about a year ago about a potential parcel tax that helps inform how we might proceed with a measure. And then at the end, I'll talk a little bit about timelines if we do want to move forward with a measure, and some input we'd like to have from the board about how we might structure a measure that we can test with your local voters. So starting off just with the basics of a parcel tax and how they work. So parcel taxes are one of the few opportunities that school districts have to raise supplemental locally controlled funding in addition to the monies that you receive from the state. If you look around the Bay Area, in Sonoma County specifically, a couple of the other larger school districts in the area like Petaluma City Schools and Cotati-Rohnert Park Unified School District, they both have local parcel taxes that generate that locally controlled funding to supplement what they receive from the state. As you look down in Marin County and over in the East Bay and the South Bay, most school districts have some sort of parcel tax. They vary in the size and the rate, but most school districts receive that funding. So Santa Rosa doesn't currently have a school parcel tax. So what we would be talking about here is creating a new funding source. What makes parcel taxes challenging is that they require 2/3 support from local voters. So we got to get 2 out of every 3 people to say yes. But the big benefit is that the funds are not restricted. So the bond measures like Measure C and G that we passed last year, those dollars are restricted for facility improvements only. Dollars from a parcel tax can be used for any purpose like staffing, teachers, academic programming, safety and security, technology improvements, books, supplies. There's really no restriction on the use of funds other than those that you impose on yourself when you write the measure. When we talk about a parcel tax, a parcel means a parcel of land. It's a property tax. There's a couple of different ways that parcel taxes can be structured. The most common way is just on a simple per parcel basis. So if your home is on a parcel of land, then you would be assessed a flat annual fee. That can be $50 a parcel, $75 a parcel. You see parcel taxes all the way up to $1,000 per parcel in some school districts. Most of them start much smaller than that and can potentially grow over time. The alternative to that flat rate approach is to do a square footage based parcel tax, where the amount that you assess is based on the size of the building on that property. And some argue that that type of a methodology is more fair and more equitable because larger properties pay more than smaller homes. So those types of taxes are less common, although there are several examples in the Bay Area of square footage based parcel taxes for other school districts. State law does require that parcel taxes be applied uniformly across all parcels in your district. That could be uniformly in terms of a flat rate per parcel or a rate per square foot. But that rate can't vary where businesses pay one rate and residential properties pay another. We are required to apply it uniformly. However, state law does allow us to offer some exemptions to parcel taxes. The most common exemption is for senior citizens, so an age-based exemption, but there are also some categories of low-income homeowners that can qualify for exemptions as well, where they don't pay the cost to help avoid this being a burden to folks on fixed or limited incomes. Like your bond measures, you're able to offer accountability protections like an independent citizens oversight committee, required annual audits to provide confidence to the taxpayers that the monies are going to be spent properly. And as we'll talk about here in a minute, unlike bond measures, parcel taxes can be placed on the ballot at any regularly scheduled election. So the primary and general elections that we have every 2 years, but also special elections that happen in between. One sort of common theme we see with parcel taxes is that setting the right tax rate is essential. If you overreach on how much you ask for, that's usually the most common reason why these measures come up short from that 2/3 required support level. So as I mentioned, we have some flexibility in terms of when we would put a parcel tax measure on the ballot. However, when we put a measure on the ballot has implications in terms of who votes and how that influences the election. It also influences when the district would potentially receive funds from a measure. So the next opportunity to place a parcel tax on the ballot is the upcoming November 5th general election this fall. Obviously, a high turnout presidential general election, also a crowded ballot with lots of other issues on that same ballot. So there's kind of pros and cons associated with that ballot. Passing a measure on the November ballot means the district would start receiving funds in the 25-26 school year. There are also some special elections that you can see listed here in early 2025 that if you passed a measure in either the March or the May election, you would also start receiving funds in fiscal year 25-26. But that dotted line that you see there, that's the deadline for getting new property taxes on the tax rolls in order to receive funds in that fiscal year. So you can see as we get into the second half of 2025 or early 2026, the district wouldn't receive those funds until the following fiscal year, 26-27. And if you were to put a measure on the ballot in late 2026, then those funds wouldn't be available until the 2027-2028 fiscal year. So those are some considerations related to potential election timing. Next, I'm going to summarize the results of the public opinion survey that we conducted about a year ago now. So when the district started thinking about a potential parcel tax, we wanted to understand what the local voters might support. Because Santa Rosa City Schools is comprised of 2 legally separate school districts, the high school district and the elementary district. In order to generate funding K-12, we have to actually put 2 measures on the ballot, one for the high schools and one for the K-8 schools. And so what I'm going to walk you through here is a rather complicated survey where we tested 2 different types of taxes. First, that flat rate tax of $75 per parcel for 8 years that would generate about $5 million in the high school district. In a moment, we'll talk about the equivalent measure in the elementary district. And then we also tested a square foot option that would generate the same roughly $5 million a year by applying a 3.7 cents per building square foot tax. So same revenue, same duration, just different methodology in terms of how it's applied. The summary that you see here is the mock-up of the ballot question that was tested with voters. And when we presented that to voters in the high school district, here's what we found. The flat rate option received 64% support. So just below that 2/3 threshold required for passage. The square foot option had a little bit lower support. We were about 58, almost 59% for that. So about 8 or 9 percentage points off of that 2/3 threshold required for passage. Same exercise here in the elementary district. We proposed a $75 parcel tax within the elementary school district area and also a 3.6 cent per square foot square footage tax. That would generate about $1.6 million annually because the elementary school district is smaller. So you have fewer parcels and fewer total building square footage to tax against. So that's why it generates less. It's important to note that voters in the elementary school district are also in the high school district, right? There's complete overlap there. And so these voters would have already heard about the high school district measure, and this is a second measure that they're being asked to vote on. So when we posed these questions to voters in the elementary district, we saw a little bit stronger support. So that $75 flat rate tax had about 72% support, so above that 2/3 threshold required for passage. The square footage option, while higher than what we saw in the elementary district, still a bit lower than the 2/3 threshold required for passage. Now, these questions were offered to voters up front at the beginning of the survey before they knew much more about the proposed parcel tax other than just what was in that mock-up of the ballot question. It kind of simulates if you had to walk into a voting booth today and vote, how might voters vote? So from here in the survey, we offered more information about the measures. So we went through a long list of potential uses of the funds from the parcel tax to educate the respondent about how the money would be used. And what you can see here is a ranking of what the most popular uses of funds from a parcel tax would be. At the top of the list, attracting and retaining excellent teachers, enhancing STEM-related programming was the second priority. Some other variations on that same kind of core academics and STEM programming was popular as well. Student counseling and mental health support was also a top priority for voters. Providing outstanding math and science programs. So you can see a theme there related to STEM programming. Continuing down the list, this is the second set of items, reading and writing programs, increasing safety and security measures on school campuses. Again, this was a year ago, so slightly different environment than what I know you've been experiencing recently. Providing competitive compensations for teachers and school employees. So I won't go through the entire list here, but it gives you a flavor for how voters would like to see funding from a parcel tax spent. And it's a long list here, so I won't go through all these. We also used the space of the survey to simulate a potential campaign. We read to voters the types of arguments in favor of a parcel tax that they might hear so that we could see how much support moves once they hear those arguments. Some of the most persuasive arguments to your local voters were all the funds stay local, they can't be taken away by the state. We frequently see that that's a top priority for voters, local control. The idea that the money couldn't be used for administrator salaries or administration, the monies go directly into the classroom. That's also typically a popular sort of fiscal accountability protection. And also just the idea that this would provide supplemental funding to help teachers and school employees be able to afford to live in a community where there's rising cost of living and increasing challenges with just affordability. So those were some of the top arguments in favor. Again, it was a long list that I won't go through all of them. Really what we're looking at here is once we get through all of these informational statements, we want to see how has that influenced overall support for the parcel tax. And here we come back and now we're looking at the high school district measure. The flat rate proposal has gone up from 64% initially to 68% now. So that's the positive impact of providing more information. The square footage rate has also jumped in support. We go from about 58, 59% to over 65%. So we're kind of knocking on the door of 2/3 now after that positive information. And then again, same exercise, asking those same follow-up questions with voters in the elementary district. We also saw some positive improvement, although it's more marginal. We started at a higher point, so there's kind of less room to grow. We went from about 72% to 73% for the flat rate tax, and all the way from 61% to 70%, so over 2/3 for the square footage based tax in the elementary district. So some positive movement there with the additional information that shows that a campaign could have a significant impact. Of course, that's only one side of the coin. There's also the potential to have opposition for a parcel tax measure, so we wanted to simulate that in the survey as well. So this is a list of different arguments against the measure. We sort of thought, what might opponents attack a parcel tax around? It's kind of funny, this was a year ago, but one of the arguments we tested is the state has a surplus of billions of dollars that should be used to provide school programs. We shouldn't have to increase our taxes. How things have changed in the course of a year, that's obviously not the state's reality anymore, so we can't really expect that that would be an argument. But there's others about, we recently passed bonds, the funds could be mismanaged, and other sort of typical anti-tax arguments. But again, what we're looking for here is what's the cumulative impact after people hear those negatives. And here you can see it cools support off. So at the flat rate tax, again, in the high school district, we started at 64. We went up over 2/3, and then we come back down to 63. So opposition definitely has an impact. Similarly, with the square footage, we see that opposition sort of erases the gains that we saw with the positive information. So trying to avoid organized opposition would be important for a parcel tax in the high school district, no matter how it's structured. Similarly, for the elementary district measure, we started at 72%. We went up to about 73. Now with the negatives, we come back down to 63. Same thing with the square footage based tax. We went up above 2/3, but the opposition brings us back down. So just a cautionary note that the presence of opposition could create challenges for getting to 2/3. So just to summarize what we learned from that 2023 survey, first of all, the flat rate parcel taxes generally had stronger support than the square footage based taxes. Support in the elementary district was stronger consistently than in the high school district. So we just kind of have to know that going in, that there's going to be some additional challenges trying to get that high school measure over the top, and we would need to have a strong campaign in that area. Both measures are vulnerable to opposition, as we just saw in the data. And we have a good sense here of some of the priority uses for the funds in terms of attracting and retaining teachers, STEM programming, the other items that we looked at. Local control and fiscal accountability are very important to your voters. And as you saw in the numbers, a strong independent advocacy campaign is going to be critical to reach that 2/3 threshold for support. So transitioning from looking backwards at the polling we did last year to looking ahead, as I mentioned, the next opportunity to put a parcel tax on the ballot is that November general election. What you see summarized here are the steps we recommend, and some of which we've been going through over the last few months. That feasibility assessment is what we did with that first survey. There's indications there that a measure could be successful if structured appropriately and supported by the right communications efforts. We've been doing some initial awareness building in the district about the need for additional funding and how those funds might be used. So now if we are moving forward with a parcel tax, whether that's this November or at a future election, the process from here would be to develop the resolutions that would need to be adopted by the board to put these measures on the ballot, bring those back to the board for approval, and then we would move into our independent advocacy campaign. Looking at the deadlines for qualifying for the November 2024 ballot, that deadline is August 9th. Your last scheduled board meeting prior to that August 9th deadline is June 26th. So that's when we would need to bring that resolution back to you for adoption. Now, a few thoughts on just kind of next steps and where we go if the direction from the board is we do want to pursue a parcel tax measure, potentially for this November ballot. It's been a year since we've conducted our opinion research. Any poll of the voters is a snapshot in time. Their opinions evolve after you conduct that survey. So I think we would be wise to conduct some updated opinion research to check back in, see where voters are at now, and see if their priorities for the use of funds have changed at all. That way we can make smart decisions about how we structure a measure that we put before voters. and just know overall, do we have the support to justify moving forward? Assuming we see that, we would then continue with the informational communication from the district and stakeholder outreach to build awareness of what it is that we're trying to fund and why the school district budget justifies these additional funds. Then we would we would develop the resolutions calling for the election, the ballot language, and bring that back to the board at the June 26th meeting for adoption. So we meet that August 9th deadline, deliver those documents to the Sonoma County Elections Office, and that's what would allow us to qualify for the ballot. And then at that point, we would have to transition to an independent advocacy campaign. So it's important to note that no public resources can be used to advocate for or against any ballot measure. So if you put a measure on the ballot, we have to raise private funds and form an independent advocacy campaign to get the message out about why voters should vote yes on this measure. That can't be done with public resources or district funds. So that's the information I have to share with you tonight. I think our goal is to get some feedback from the board in terms of your interest in pursuing these next steps to keep the option of a November 2024 measure on the table. And if so, based on what we looked at last time, is there any adjustments or emphasis you would like us to put on specific types of taxes, tax rates, tax structures, based on what I've shared with you tonight? So,
Charles,
could you have any questions?
Could you share with the board the information on caps on square footage?
Yeah, thanks, Omar. That's an important point. Yeah, and there's actually been a change in state law due to some court cases over the last year. So if you do a tax based on square footage, for a smaller single family home, say 2,500 square feet, the cost is rather modest. But you can imagine, a large warehouse property or another commercial property where, they might have tens of thousands of square feet. And so that could result in a huge tax bill. So the law now allows you to put a cap on the maximum amount any single taxpayer could pay. For example, there's a school district in the East Bay that has a square footage-based tax rate, but they have a cap of $7,500. So, whereas a, single-family homeowner might pay $100 a year, even if you're the largest commercial property owner, there's an upwards limit. That's typically helpful to help avoid opposition from some of those biggest property owners. So that's an option that could be considered.
And that cap is on a per parcel, not per owner, right? Like if they own 10 properties, that cap could be for each individual property, right?
It would be per parcel. That's right.
Board question. Trustee De La Cruz and Trustee Sheffield, and then Trustee Flores and De La Torre.
Charles, thank you so much for your excellent advice to us tonight and for a long time now. I'm looking at that timeline that you presented, and I'm wondering if there is kind of additional detail that you might provide to us around like what happens based on the opinion research or additional polling. I am struck by the increasingly negative and personal attacks against certain board members from folks in our community who have differences of opinion around the existence of structural racism and its impact on students. And I don't want that to impact our district's ability to raise these critical funds. And so I'm just wondering, like, is there a way that we look at additional polling around specifically, addressing some of the concerns that have come up in those moments where we've had very good and positive conversations about increased safety, continuing to fund mental health services, alternative school sites. What would it look like? How long would it take to do that additional research and polling?
Yeah, so our goal would be to initiate the polling here in the month of May and bring back updated survey data to you at your June 12th meeting. And that way we could have a discussion about what we're seeing in the numbers. We could certainly include some of these new themes and new issues that are presenting themselves in the community and see what influence that's having on overall support for a parcel tax. But, if we move quickly here, we can have the results back to you in early June.
Okay. The other question I have is, I think you've heard certainly from me and from our board around really wanting to consider a square footage tax and to avoid continuing to regressively tax those folks in our community who cannot shelter any additional tax burden, and really hoping to have that conversation in our community. I'm also cognizant of the fact that we can't spend any of our money on advocacy. And so I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the line between making sure that we're educating our voters on what regressive taxes do to those who can least shoulder those burdens in our community, versus kind of advocacy for a square footage tax at the district.
Sure. So the school district is always able to provide factual, impartial information. What we have to stop short of is providing, subjective information that's clearly for the purposes of trying to sway opinions. So, I think it would be reasonable if the district were to pursue a square footage based parcel tax to explain the rationale for that, which is that, right, it distributes the burden of the tax more equitably, right? And ensures that people with larger, more valuable properties pay more into the system. So I think, we would work closely with your legal counsel to vet that and make sure that that's information and not advocacy, but that's the way we would go about making that point.
The last question I had was about timing around the last set of polls. We had a tragic death of a student in the last year. I'm wondering how much time had passed between that event in our district and the polls, and how much did you hear from folks around kind of concerns around increased violence and concerns around safety in your polling?
Yeah, so this poll was actually conducted at the end of the last school year. So back in, May of 2023. So it was before those events. So sort of that reality is not factored into this polling. Um, so that's I think a reason why we would want to do some updated polling so that we can, measure that impact.
So I think,
Charles,
yeah,
the event happened on March 1st of 2023.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I was misinformed about the timing of that. Yeah.
So it was
This was a couple months after. Yep.
I think it, the conversation, unfortunately, in our community has gotten more tense, and more personalized. We also have a recall election against our board president and some very personalized attacks. And so I'm also just, thinking about those dynamics and wanting to make sure that those are some of the things that we include in our polls, to really capture the reality that we're facing as elected officials right now, trying to do the best for our district and to be good fiduciaries. And so I just really want to make sure that those are some of the things that are included in our polls so that we have a really clear-eyed way of understanding possible success.
Trustee Sheffield.
So I have a few questions and a lot of comment, and maybe I just want to I want to continue along where Trustee De La Cruz was going with this sort of generalized dissatisfaction that is associated with not just our district, but public schools in general. But it really, Santa Rosa schools is where we feel it. And I think that it could prevent us from doing anything to improve programs and services. That's how it feels. That's how it feels to me. That's how it feels when we have public comment or when we hear from the community. And we did a poll at the end of last year, and it showed where we stand, and with I think a well-run campaign, at that time, I think we could have pushed it over. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure where we are now. We certainly, in my opinion, need to do another poll. We definitely need to gauge a pulse of the community. But even before another poll, I mean, I really would like to hear from folks in the community if they even have an appetite for us moving forward with something like this, because it feels like some of our loudest voices in the community can't say a single positive thing about us. And maybe I'm coming from a point of feeling kind of negative. I do. I feel negative after all of our meetings, where there's not a focus on the positive work that we're doing. And so my concerns that public sentiment um, of a system in crisis or even a perceived crisis, it will impact the ability for us to convince the public of the value of even just investing in our public schools, whether it's a tax measure or anything else. And I think that's sad because we are doing good. I want to get to my questions. um, my first question, Charles, one of your slides had exemptions, and there are legal exemptions around seniors, and your slide had indicated lower fixed income individuals. Are there other exemptions that we could explore?
State law only allows that age-based exemption for seniors, and then the low-income options are you can exempt people there that qualify for SSI and SSDI benefits.
Disability.
So if they meet those federal standards, then they can be exempted from the parcel tax.
Okay. And then another question about, how we frame the use of the tax. Would our charter schools, could they benefit?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's you have the option to write them in or write them out. That's your discretion.
Okay, and it's not something that has to be written in. It's something that maybe could just be assumed if these were taxes, for both districts, but
yeah,
we
if
don't
you
have to be specific.
If you were silent on it, then those funds would be available for any district school, including the charters.
Okay.
Yep.
You were showing both sides, the angels and the devils, the good and the bad, and I might have brought this up, a year ago when we were talking about this, is identifying typically who might oppose this. So there are anti-tax groups, of course, but I think that's something that we would want to sort of fish out, and I don't know how we would do that in a survey if we were to do another survey.
Yeah, so the survey doesn't necessarily tell you where the opposition might come from. That's more in kind of a strategic analysis of the landscape. But what the poll can tell you is what messages might an opponent use and what impact would they have on overall support. But you're right. Typically, when we see opposition for these types of measures, it comes from either sort of anti-tax organizations, or sometimes it is large property owners that are going to see a pretty significant tax hit, and that's where using some strategies like that cap on the square footage rate, or just having a flat per parcel rate, that minimizes the likelihood that a large property owner would be motivated to oppose you.
I'll let my other colleagues ask some questions, but thank you.
Trustee Flores.
Thank you, President Medina, and thank you, Charles, for that thorough presentation. What's the cost for doing another poll again? I didn't see that in there.
I believe the total cost, because we have to do the split sample poll with the two districts, and assuming we're looking at two types of measures, the flat rate and the square footage rate, I think the cost is around $40,000.
Okay, so has there been have we done any sort of like capacity building in terms of making sure that other partners are part of this? And if so, are they actively involved in this, or is it just the district who is doing this at this point?
No, I mean, there's been conversations with a number of different district stakeholders, and Superintendent Trinnell, you might want to kind of summarize some of the conversations that are happening within the district.
Just want to thank you, Charles. I just want to clarify when you say partners, who you are referring to.
Well, I mean, various partners, community partners, our labor union partners, people that have worked with us in tandem before, passing other, when we pass our bond measure. So has there been an outreach, and then are they engaged in this partnership, or they're not? Is there a way to gauge to see if there's interest in those individuals or organizations to be part of this?
We are just starting the process of engaging with a committee, trying to also be careful that we're not campaigning quite yet, wanting to take the landscape. So right now we do have, all of our sites are seeking out parent representatives. And so some of those parents have started to join us. We also have our labor groups who are invited. When we get to the portion of our work where we start looking for fiscal support, right, for those individual campaign donations, that is when we really will be working with our community partners. We do have facilitators for our committee who I know have been reaching out to various organizations, including the chamber, to talk about what we're trying to do. So there are various efforts and we're just getting organized around that.
So I would like an update on that, later. And also, this is not a question, but I mean, we are, going through a transitional time right now in terms of having a new superintendent and getting someone new and shepherding that person into a new role. I just would like us to think about this, that whomever it is that we get as a new superintendent should be 100% on this instead of being given the baton to carry on something that it was started. It feels a little bit discombobulated to do that, right? So just I'm a little bit more hesitant than I was last year when we did the first polling, and I'm a little bit hesitant to spend $40,000 on a polling that I think is going to say somewhat the same thing. Just like Director De La Cruz mentioned, I think a lot of the voices, the loudest voices that we hear here are not necessarily a representative, at least in my district, a very progressive part of town. So personally, I would like to know what the polling actually would say, right? But as fiduciaries, I don't want to spend $40,000 to tell me what I know, what my constituencies would say in District 1. So I'm a little bit, taken aback or hesitant to spend $40,000 on something like this, and then we spend another $40,000 if we end up not doing the bond measure. These are not questions. I'm sorry. I'm just, rambling here, but I mean, I just had to tell you my hesitation at this point.
Before we get to you, Lisa, thanks to Trustee Flores' rambling, I'm going to ask, just kidding. Could we entertain a motion to maybe extend the meeting to about 11:30 just to be safe?
Did you say rambling? Okay, so, I am exhausted. I've been proctoring since 7:30 this morning. So I don't want to extend the meeting, but we have to because we still have like 3 or other 4 items to discuss. So 11:30.
Is there a second? We'll get out of here sooner. All right, second. Any objections? All right, meeting's Trustee Sheffield. Lisa.
Thank you. I do want to go ahead and share that it would actually, excuse me, if we were to receive direction from the board to pursue additional polling, there are additional costs with that, such as there would be an extension of the contract with Team Civics. And so there are monthly costs as well as the $40,000 for the survey, plus if we were to do another mailing. So to do all of that, the request would come forward at the next meeting to do a contract extension with a not to exceed amount of about $105,000. It may not be quite that much, but that would be very close to the total ask.
Yeah, Trustee La Torre.
So I want to thank my other board members for taking all my questions. Good job. We're all on the same page. A lot of work has already been put into this and it's very appreciated, but when this polling took place last May, we weren't quite there yet. We were a maybe with a really good campaign and a lot of education. There are 2 things we're talking about with this parcel tax, a flat rate or a square footage. we'd have to put a lot more education out there to make sure our constituents really understand what that square footage meant. And that's more time and money and effort that realistically we just don't have to get done by a November deadline. So I'm really hesitant of spending additional money, especially tune of 105,000, if there's a lot of negative writing on the wall. And there's a lot of unsettledness that's already been discussed. We have a superintendent leaving. We don't know who's going to be the successor. 4 of our seats are on the ballot in November. This could look a lot different in the month of December. Just a lot of unanswered questions. And I'd hate to, as fiduciaries that have made a lot of budget cuts, try and invest that money now to ask for some maybes.
Go ahead, and then I'll go.
I guess I want to ask a question about what other tax measures have been looked at in conjunction with ours. Like, I know there's an early childhood education one that's on the ballot that looks amazing. And just wondering, like, is there a way that we connect, a continuum across early childhood through elementary, through high school? And so I guess what I'm saying is that I actually don't mind continuing to invest in polling and in making sure that we really understand our constituencies, especially those loud voices that we know are also the folks who are citizens, who are white, who are voting age. And so I think I'm kind of like weighing in, wanting to hear really clearly and really honestly about what is the vibe in our community right now, and if there are additional strategic ways that we connect the dots between some of these other ballot initiatives that are also moving forward in our community in a positive way. How do we connect the dots there?
I think you're kind of in my head because there is Measure I, our kids, our future. They've got about $300,000 already raised for that measure, and I think that this stuff is totally related. I did have a question as it relates to, let's say that we put it on the ballot. What is the cost to the district to put it on the ballot outside of any of this other polling or whatever?
So if you put the measure on the ballot in the general election, then you're sharing that cost with all the other issues that are on that same ballot. So that's the lowest cost option. The special elections that I shared with you would be a higher cost. I don't know if Lisa happens to know the cost from the 2022 bond measures, but it would be very similar. It tends to be about $2 to $3 per registered voter. So we can calculate it based on that. But that's the cost that the district pays to the county for adding this item to the election ballot.
Sorry, thank you. I don't have that handy, but I believe Superintendent Turnell, you were saying you believe it was about 40, is that
You have
correct?
to look at what it
Yeah.
cost us for the bonds,
Right.
but we're thinking about 40,000 was the cost to the district. And I will just mention that the other expense that's a part of this is the campaign side. So we had almost $300,000 in private contributions that if we don't pass, right, I do have questions about that. But again, that's additional expense, not out of our pocket, but out of private citizens, businesses.
Wait, you said we had 2 to 300,000 contribution. That was for the bonds, not for this. Okay.
Yeah, it was like 275,000 of like independent money that we had to spend to pass those bonds, right? It takes money to win.
So let me add my thoughts really quick. I think that Trustee Flores has concerns about like spending this extra $100,000. I don't like that idea, especially when we would have another 40,000. Although I would love that information. I'm thinking that this is what's kind of been going through my mind is that regardless of who's here after this next election, the need is there. Looking at our budget, if we put it on this year and it passes, first off, the amount is just a fraction of what we need, given what we're facing. I mean, we're facing over $20 million in deficit. This would maybe give us $5 million. Whether it's us here or other board members, I think the impact that it would have on a district if it passed is more of what's my concern. To delay it, this is the only time that we could pass it for the 25-26 and get the funds for the 25-26 year. Any further delay puts it all the way down to 26-27. So these, from that fiscal responsibility to the district perspective, that's like the thing that's standing out most to me. I think in terms of anybody else that's runs for school board, I think there's a vested interest in supporting this, no matter where your stance. Maybe, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think if you care about kids, if you care about our staffing needs, our programming needs, this is needed. I think the biggest concern right now would be that campaign. Are people going to contribute to help run a campaign? And I think the question about whether we do parcel or square footage is tied to that question. Whose support do we get? That's the big one there. And also the tension that exists out in the community. Personally, while I know that there's all these negative factors out there, I feel like we have to do this. Take a gamble and then get the support out there, make the case. I think that big question about the state having a surplus before, and I see us in a crisis now. And $20 million, I don't know, I'm just using a simple figure, $100,000 per teacher. That's like, what, 200 teachers? You know, what does that mean? What is the impact to the district with that lack of money that we have? So that's just how I'm thinking and why I feel that we really need to do this. Although I see it's a tough situation. I don't want to spend that $100,000. I see the need, but I guess, board, I'm kind of asking, like, should we take the risk? I mean, do you see the same crisis that I see in terms of the need for the district? Those big, you know, what is it, 8-figure deficit numbers are just, they stress me out. So, no questions, but yeah. Well, I guess I should ask if there's any public comment on Zoom on this issue. If you have public comment on this issue, please raise your hand on Zoom. Gone once, gone twice, gone. All right, back to the board. Trustee La Torre.
So just for confirmation, from what I understood, we had the November 6th general election, which would be the cheapest for us to put this forward, but we'd also have the March 4th and the May 6th.
But that delays it a whole nother fiscal year.
But here it says it's for 25-26. So I just want confirmation. Is this the only one, or is it also March 4th and May?
If you were to pass a parcel tax in either the November 2024 election or the March or May 2025 elections, the revenue would be available to the district at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think I read that.
Now I don't know if maybe for Lisa, where would that $105,000 come from? And is that something that we would have to lose something from somewhere else to pay that?
That would come from unrestricted general fund, which again, all of our programs, everything is, you know, it's a prioritization as far as the spending on that. So I couldn't tell you specifically an item that we would have to give up in lieu for that. It would be part of the budget process.
And I appreciate that. I started putting you on the spot. I just wanted it to be clear that it does have to come from somewhere. And if something comes from somewhere, then something else is going to take a hit.
Actually, someone did raise their hand on Zoom. So I'm gonna go to that public comment first real quick.
Our next speaker is iPhone Mom. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, yeah, it's Sheila Walker. And yeah, I think this is going to be a tough predicament. I have in the past always supported every bond and every thing that's come up to support schools, but I will be a no vote just based on observing the board and how money has been spent over the past several years. So I'm not sure that that money will even make it to the students. It will probably get absorbed with existing staff while declining enrollment keeps happening. And also just to let you know, I've been out trying to gather signatures. And yesterday I was in Mr. Medina's area and talked to a lot of different people in, almost every other house. I just want to let you guys know that you're talking about $100,000. That's about 5 students that leave the district because of decisions that are made, political decisions, things that are focused on this board that are not focused on educating the students and improving academics. Like the ceasefire, I know 5 kids are leaving the district. There's $100,000 right there. My kid is not coming back, which I had planned to do. That's whatever, 20,000 or whatever it is a kid. You're losing that for 2 more years. But I met people yesterday in your neighborhood, Mr. Medina, who are driving their grandkids to Sebastopol. I met another lady whose kid is going to Pivot. These are all kids that are supposed to be going to school, mostly in Montgomery or Slater, because they're concerned about safety and they're watching what the board is doing with politics. So what you're doing there is driving students away, and that drives out money. And I don't know that you're going to have the support. It's going to take a lot to get people to support it. I will no longer support it.
Thank you. All right, back to the board. Someone had their hand up over here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Omar, I'm, you don't need to sell me on the need for any funds going to public education. Absolutely, you're right. I think that all of us feel the same way. We know that the need is there. The need is so strong. But you just heard from a caller, right? I need a signal from the community that this is something that they want. And if that's too big of an ask, before we even poll, just somebody to say something positive, to say that maybe this is headed in the direction, and maybe that they have friends that feel the same way, then I'm convinced. But I'm not going to gamble it. I'm sorry, I can't take it to Vegas on that, and I can't have another loss to the district that includes a loss of funds and an investment.
Any other board members? I think I will add that appreciate the clarification on the what year this would impact. I think I read the slide wrong. I saw that 2025, 26 right after 24, and I thought it was just that one. So glad that you clarified that. So now I guess as a board, we need to decide what we want to do. Do we want to even pursue a poll? Do we want to just end it all? Trustee Flores.
So, I mean, last time when we had this discussion, I mean, this was one of the questions we asked, how valid the poll would be, when we were ready to, pull the trigger, right? So, and it sounds like it's still valid, right? I personally don't think we should spend another $40,000, right? It's just, to me, that's a little bit asinine. But at the same token, I would love to know, what our constituency is feeling, because I have a feeling that people will, come out in support of something like this. we have heard from many, many folks saying that, they support a lot of the decisions that we made. And yes, we've had quite a few folks that are not happy with decisions that we've made. I mean, that's just part of, being on the board, right? And but I don't want to gamble at this juncture. So it's just that was one of the questions we asked Charles last time. How valid is this what would it could be within the time frame that we had, right? We were told that this information was valid until we were ready to pull the trigger. So I mean, if we are going to go forward with this, I'm 100% in. I'll do what I did last time. I get people to fundraise to make sure that we have the backing that we need, right? But I also need to feel the enthusiasm, from our labor partners, our teachers union, our CSCA partners, and everybody else, that they're willing to do something like this. If I'm not hearing this from my teachers in this district, that this is something that they would prioritize, especially given the fact that this is going, one of the priorities is to retain quality teachers, right? Attract and retain quality teachers. That was what it was, the priority number one that came out of this, right? Then if we don't have that partnership right now, then I'm not in, right? I mean, it's just, I think it's kind of wasteful, right? So I need to hear from our labor partners to see if they're willing to do this, because it'll take all of us, not just the board, not just San Jose City Schools. It'll take, SRTA, CSCA, the Labor Council, folks that have good relationship with the chamber to do this sort of thing, right? I'm looking at you on that one. So, but it would take a concerted effort to make sure that this happens, right? But I'm not hearing that, unfortunately.
Other board members? I think for me, like generally, I don't really like taxes, period. A year ago, I was actually probably opposed to doing this. I'm so on the other side. So I guess following up on what you stated, Trustee Flores, and looking at this specific timeline for the June 26th decision that we would have to make, are you asking that we try to get something between now and then, or are you just saying you don't see it now? So right now we shouldn't go forward.
Personally, I don't think we should go at this juncture, especially since we're in the middle of looking for a new superintendent. I think this should be a priority for the new superintendent to take on, instead of just passing the baton to someone else. So it's just it's important. This is a priority, and we should take it as such. And then it should be a priority for the next superintendent to ensure that this is this passes, right? And we can't do it midstream right now while we're in transition ourselves.
Yeah, go ahead.
Charles, if the board were to defer this conversation and consider the March or May timeframe for 2025, what would the date be that they have to post? What would the date be, or the timeframe for the resolution in order to file?
Yep. The deadline to qualify for any ballot is always 88 days prior to that election date. So basically back up 3 months. So if we're looking at a potential March 2025 election, the deadline is going to be at the beginning of December. If we're looking at a May 2025 election, the deadline is going to be basically at the beginning of February.
Any other comments? So basically, just to be clear, if we take no action right now, then we just may potentially bring it in the future, right?
So it would be my understanding then that if there's no action, we would not continue any additional work with Team Civics until it came back to the board.
And we would discontinue the committee work.
Yes.
And our contract with Team Civics ends when?
It was a not to exceed, and we are right at that last billing for that.
Trustee La Cruz?
Can I just go back to, I appreciate you said discontinue the committee work. I feel like one of the things that I would like to do is to continue the committee work, to continue meeting with our partners, continue building relationships about the needs for a bond, continue to do, some of the outreach that we can build towards, something, maybe not this coming election in November, but certainly March or next year, because the need is still there. And so, for the next superintendent, for the next set of board members that will sit in these places, I feel like it will be important to continue the committee work, even if it's at a different level or a different amount of work. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think that we would have to discuss as a committee what we want to do. This work has to be done after work hours, and people are using their personal time without compensation to volunteer for these discussions. So we would have to set a schedule on what that would look like. Right now, we have volunteer facilitators because it really should not be district employees who are doing that. A lot of times labor groups or other parents groups are the ones who are, typically facilitating. So we would need to go back as a committee and talk about what would a timeline look like and how could that continue to be meaningful for us depending on the time frame of those meetings.
Trustee De La Torre?
So what I've heard from a few board members tonight is a call for support from our community in any positive direction. And what if we took no action tonight, but we had that 2-week window to the next board meeting for everybody to communicate and contact? Are you in support of us moving forward? Is this something you want to get behind? Is that something we can look at to where we're not trying to make a decision tonight, but we're still within a window that we can bring it up and talk about it? What does that look like?
I think we have, ultimately, we would have to bring something by June 26th to get voted on. So if we do something within these next 2 weeks, that could be potentially talked about at the May 22nd meeting to see kind of what the feelers are out there, or I think that could be done. The question is, who's going to do that work? What does that work look like from a board perspective? I mean, we could have it set on the agenda, and I don't know how the board would like for it to come back. I won't be at the May 22nd meeting, so maybe that'll help.
I'm just looking for other options because it really feels like without making an official vote, we're not quite there yet. There's too much, the water's too muddy right now to see a clear direction for any of us. And if it were to get to vote tonight, who knows where that would go? I'm just wondering if there's more time to get some more information in from the community. I mean, we can get process on email who wants to send some information our way. Is there a positive call out there that's going to come our way of people that want to support the work or not? Or is it going to be negative emails saying, don't do it?
Any board members have thoughts on that? Well, I think we could maybe set it up on the agenda for the 22nd, or and just see if there's anything new, and then maybe go from there. Yeah, Superintendent.
Our May 22nd agenda, I know, is shaping up to be a really meaty agenda. So I just want clarity. What is the work that you expect to happen between now and the Friday that we post the agenda, which is next week?
I would imagine that it would be just like today, where it's posted as a discussion/action parcel tax next steps. And maybe, I don't know if we're expecting any work from staff, but maybe from board members to maybe bring back thoughts or have another discussion on that based on whatever y'all do between now and then. Or is there specific direction for staff on this?
Yes, I just have a question around that. If we, use district means of communications to request feedback from the community? Is that in violation of the work that's not supposed to be done by the district or any district employee?
Think it would be what kinds of questions would we have to generate to get the answers that we need? And the way that, and Charles is the expert, the way that the questions are written for the formal polling have very specific traction on getting the information that we need. So I also know that that content is proprietary, and that is the property of Charles's team. So I also would not want to tread on that. So I guess it would be what kinds of questions do we want to ask if we're taking a quick poll? And then also because I know this board has not felt that doing electronic surveying solely is effective. What is the expectation of setting listening groups, and who would you like us to reach out to? A lot of the polling is with people who do not have children in our community because they are also taxpayers. So I would just want to know what the expectation is.
Any other board members? So I guess my question right now to the board, is there anybody that would object to it being brought again in a similar way at the May 22nd agenda as something maybe to briefly discuss?
I mean, I'm not completely opposed to that. I mean, if we meet next, when is do we schedule our next, meeting already for the committee? We did not meet, we did not schedule.
We were waiting for
right. So, I mean, we could schedule another meeting, prior to that to reach out to folks to see if people are interested to partner up in this effort. So, and then that will be telling, who shows up, who doesn't show up, who's willing to do the work, and whatnot. And then we can let you know, President Medina, that there was,
Okay, so we'll put it back on that May 22nd agenda. Vice President Flores will be running that meeting.
Superintendent Chanel, do you have enough? That was the initial question, was you wanted clarity on what would be on the May 22nd meeting. It doesn't sound like, I'm not sure, any additional work for staff, but more of do you have what you need, I guess, is what I'm.
It sounds, so maybe just checking for understanding, thank you, that we will bring back the information. We'll make sure the presentation is one of the attachments to the presentation. And I heard from Vice President Flores that we will try and get the committee together. It'll have to be next week because we post the agenda next Friday. And so we'll check availability and we'll continue inviting individuals to that meeting so that we can have a discussion about the continuance of our work as a committee.
Sound good with everybody? All right, let's move on. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Lisa. Let's see what we got next. Item F6, Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators.
Thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Trinell, members of the board, those who are still hanging in there with us tonight. Every year, we are required to file with CTC a declaration of need for fully qualified educators based on what we believe our needs will be for next year. And so we have two different documents. One is for the high school district and one is for the elementary school district. And I know it seems counterintuitive based on everything that's going on, but we're required to do this if we have teachers that may not have their English learner authorizations yet. We need to declare that. We also, for the secondary district, are in need of some particular services. Spanish, math, science, and PE are some areas of need that we need to make sure that we have fully qualified teachers for. One thing to note is that we always overestimate what we think we're going to need, because if we need more than that, we have to file a revision with CTC. On the elementary side of it, you'll notice that our particular need is for B-clad teachers and also for music and PE teachers at the elementary level, which we are not fully staffed at right now.
And is there anywhere where we have to declare, like I've heard that at some of our campuses we need like teachers to be CTE certified. Does that get declared anywhere?
So that would be under other. And so if you look at the high school one, you'll see that there is an other category. And under the other category, we are saying that we are going to need 3 teachers.
Thank you. Real quick, if there's anybody on Zoom that wants to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Board, do you have any questions? None? Anybody on Zoom for public comment? I see nobody. Okay, any comments?
I'd like to move to approve the declarations of need for both elementary and secondary.
Second.
Moved by trustee La Cruz, seconded by trustee Sheffield. Any discussion? See none, let's go to the vote.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. Now move on to item F7, final recommendations for reduction or discontinuance of certain particular kinds of services for the 2024-25 school year.
Okay, thank you again. So on February 28th and March 13th of this year, you passed a resolution to reduce particular kinds of services. At that time, we were looking at reducing a total of almost 80 positions. Since that time, on the certificated side, we are down to asking for final layoff notices for 16 certificated teachers, as well as 10 administrative positions that will need final notification.
Any questions, board? Let's go to the public comments. Is there anybody online that would like to make a comment on this specific item? Seeing nobody. All right, comes back to the board for comment. I don't see anybody.
Well, just I'm trying to find this, but did you mention 17 earlier? Was that you just misspoke, I think? Instead of 16?
It was 17 at the time that the board agenda was posted, but we keep taking people off of the list up until the time that we come to the board to ask for the resolution. So we were able to remove one more teacher.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Oh, this is a resolution, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, okay. So then we need a motion to approve the resolution. Is that correct? Let's see. So looks like we'd need a motion to approve resolution number 2023/24-67. Is there a motion out there?
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Flores, seconded by trustee De La Cruz. Any discussion? See none? Let's go to the vote.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Okay, let's move on to item F8, resolution number 2023/24-68, reduction in classified workforce involving California School Employees Association, Chapter 75 for the 2024-25 school year.
Okay, thank you. Again, action was taken in March of this year to serve notices on several classified members. And We are now down to only 4 people on the list. 2 are classified employees and 2 are classified managers whose positions are being eliminated. And so this is a resolution that needs to be approved to send final notices.
Any questions, board? Seeing none, is there any public comment on Zoom? Please raise your hand if you have public comment. Seeing none, comes back to the board for a comment or a motion for resolution number 2023/24-68.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Flores. Was that a second by trustee La Torre? Okay, discussion? None? Let's go to the vote.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. We will now move on to our consent items. We need a motion to approve items G1 through G6 and G8.
I move to approve items G1 through G6 and G8.
Second.
Moved by trustee Manieri, seconded by trustee La Cruz. Let's go to the vote.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item G7. I will give the floor to trustee Manieri.
Thank you. Just quickly, again, I wanted to publicly thank the Sonoma County Office of Education for making this contract available to us. Again, just really want to emphasize that this board and this district has really been listening to what the community has been telling us is a need in our schools. And with this contract, we're making mental health services, culturally responsive mental health services, more available to our students and to their families. And I did have a quick question. The MOU states, or the agreement states that this is effective until June 30th, 2024, but services are for 12 weeks for each student. So I'm wondering about this date, if we could have a little bit more information about that.
Yes, we actually verified that the 12-week periods will be able to be completed for all the students that start up until the end of the summer.
End of the summer. Okay. Is there going to be another MOU that comes our way to document this accessibility to our students?
The way that the MOU is currently written, it is our understanding that the June 30th is to initiate the contact with the students, and the ongoing service can go past the June 30th. So I would defer to Associate Superintendent August to give us a little bit more clarity on do we need an additional MOU?
We do have confirmation in writing from SCO that is their understanding of the way that this MOU is working as well, that they confirm that yes, we can continue the services, and that's the initiation date. Should an additional MOU be needed for this or to extend services past that, that would come back to the board.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. I would also like to request some information, not right now, but at another time. I would like to know when we will revisit this program. I know that SCO is providing funding up front to get this going, but then resources will need to be allocated thereafter by the district. And so I'd like to know when we're going to have that conversation. And I would also like to know how students will be identified and referred to these services. Thank you. And with that, President Medina, I'll move to approve item G7.
Second.
Moved by trustee Manieri, seconded by trustee La Torre. Discussion, just a question. So for the next academic year, we would need to bring something probably by the June 26th meeting, or in order to have it continue? I wasn't quite clear on that.
We will be working with SCO to determine if an additional MOU is needed. At this point, we don't believe that one is before that, for the initial round of students. If it extends past that, then we would need an additional MOU, which on the document that's attached, it does mention that should it continue, we would need to do an additional agreement past the first one.
And so just to be clear, right now, we're not approving any funding. It would be in the future, or we are?
Right now, we are receiving the initial round of funding will be covered directly from SCO with APA. They are taking care of it. If we extend past that and do additional students or additional groups, then we would need another MOU.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, let's go to the vote.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye. Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. We will now move on to our H item, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on April 24th.
Motion to approve minutes of the regular board meeting held on April 24th, 2024.
Second.
Moved by Trustee La Torre, seconded by Trustee Flores. Let's go to the vote.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Flores.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Abstain.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Abstain.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. Now let's move on to our board member request for information. Board, any requests? None? Okay, let's move on to, okay, we got one.
A few months ago, I had made a request around receiving a report on coach salary scales, and we're just wanting to see when that will come back.
That is being worked on, and so I will follow up and see.
I just wanted to ask, is there any update on the facilities master plan final version being available?
Facilities master plan was finalized in December.
No, but I mean online. I'm sorry. Like the last time I checked, it wasn't available online where we could find on this on the district website.
Well, it's there.
So it's already now? Okay. Then I don't have it.
Thank you.
No other requests? All right, J information items are listed on the agenda. And I guess it's time to adjourn right before 10:30. Aren't you all happy? Meeting adjourned.